Rimworld. We're playing a bit of Anomaly here. It is highly modded, and we're going to continue from where we left off last time. So give me just a moment to get into the game, and we'll get things rolling here. Alright, so last I left off, we had a lot of interesting things happening. So, let me take a look here at the messages. Okay, we're already on them. Recently, if I look at the graph here, we have gotten a few spikes in wealth, whether it was from creatures or from items. So this is usually an indication of major things happening, maybe getting loot from an incoming attack, or just, expensive things just falling into our lap. Now, this happened on day 30 to 31, this increase here. So if we go back to the messages, let's see, we're on day 39, so 8 days ago put us on the 1st and 2nd. So we don't really have anything marked here on the 2nd. Space Battle was on the 4th, so area revealed, goods trader, prison break, ancient dangers when we found, or what we found last time at the end of the previous month. So my guess is that all of this stuff in here, because of a mod I have, it basically makes it so it checks everywhere to make sure that you have items rather than just in your stockpile, so that when you go to craft something, it doesn't just check your stockpile, it also checks, stuff just lying on the ground outside. And a little bit of a drawback of that is that also counts towards your wealth. So when we unlocked or broke through the wall here and opened up all the sarcophagi, crypto sleep caskets, whatever they are, these things, like, this all somewhat counted toward our wealth, or all the stuff that the people sleeping inside these were wearing that we captured. So like this Zeus hammer, that's 1,450 wealth right there. Probably have a few more things in here. I don't know. Anyway. This tech print is certainly worth another 1,000 right there. So, our wealth has kind of expanded just because that we've cracked this open and haven't done much of anything with that wealth. So, I want to do a few things. So, as you can see, my list of things to do has expanded, and I've unchecked some of them because I felt like my defenses, just because I have sandbags here, doesn't mean that that's really a defense. Containment room, I just threw up a holding spot in one of the rooms. I wouldn't call that a containment room personally. It's just minimum. Corrupted seeds. Was this down here? So a bunch of these things popped in. We're waiting for them to grow because, like, we are. If we go and check this, we're kind of ritualistic. Corruption is essential, so I thought that maybe grabbing some of these and planting them near the base might be something that we want to do. Um, Not sure what effect Don will have, but still, we'll probably do some of that. Hospital, of course, we have not even started designing, let alone building. Uh, Convert to gloomy furniture. So these, oops, a little too close there. These kind of things here are from the gloomy furniture or classic furniture, whatever it wants to be called. So I want to kind of convert the base over to this as much as possible, just so that we have an overall look to the base. So I'm probably going to be replacing all the basic wood with, you know, this wood. These are 162 health. These are 195. So technically, we're downgrading our walls, but that's okay. Planters. So this thing right here is a wooden potting bench. This is a mod that lets us, when we plant things, occasionally they will, each plant has a small chance of getting a trait of some sort. So, for example, this heel root has the winter trait. I don't remember exactly what that means, but I believe it means that as long as like they have a better chance of growing during the winter, as long as it's not below 0. So what we could do is, once this is 50% grown, we can take a clipping of this, and we will have a heel with the trait winter on it that will be put into the potting bench. We then grow it at the potting bench, so it will take time. And then once it's grown at the potting bench to full maturity, we can then have that as something that we can plant from here. Now, some of my previous I don't want to say playthrough, but previous episodes of this, you kind of saw some of the different things, because apparently this mod doesn't take individual saves into account. It is just overall the game. So I was testing a few things out, seeing how it worked in a spare save, and since then I have removed them. So, but basically, we can get the winter trait onto something, grow it at the bench. Once it's fully grown, we can then plant everything as a hero with the winter trait, and then any of that happens to get another trait. I don't know if there's another one in here. So flexible, I think, allows it to grow in soil that is less fertile. So, you can plant it in places that it wouldn't normally be able to be planted. So then you could have a winter flexible yurt. So not only can you plant it almost anywhere, you can grow it in the winter. And so on and so forth. You can kind of compound each of these traits together and eventually have yourself a super plant, basically. And then you can just go from there. Some of the other things are like crop growth rate is reduced. The amount that you can harvest from the crop can be increased, I think like 50% or something like that. So it's worthwhile to do early on, and I've just been kind of ignoring it. So I want to get some of that done. Move Saburo into the base. Once again, we were kind of in a hurry. Saburo here has a health condition of their mind is just falling apart. Over a couple days, their consciousness went from 100% down to 75. in another day or two, it's probably going to be completely gone. So we we put them in a crypto sleep casket uh, to basically halt that until we have a way to heal them. But the thing is this is all the way out here. If somebody attacks, like we're making our defense over here, while this is nearby, if they approach from the west, then they're likely to go into here first. And I'd want at least this one. I don't care so much about all the rest of the wealth in here. I don't care if it gets destroyed or anything like that. But I would prefer to try and keep this colonist, especially since they have a 20 shooting and a 23 social. And they're good at, well, they like to cook. Whether or not they're good at it is another thing entirely. So I'd like to get them moved into the base. Normally, you know, you'd have crypto sleep caskets are just a far like spacer tech, so a far distance away from what we can build at the moment. But if I claim one of these, I can then uninstall and reinstall it. Um, so I'd like to move one of these probably into like this room since it's uh, the most protected, I guess, comparatively. It is the storage room as well, so it makes sense to put it there. Um, and then visit the neighbors. So if we go to the map here, you can see like our closest neighbor is hostile to us. Now, I've currently got a mod installed that kind of makes sure that you're not attacked by by other factions that are too technologically superior. So, like, since we are tribal, we can be attacked by other tribals and medieval, which I think this the Profane Legion is. Um, Anything higher than that, they see us as not worth their time, that sort of thing. So we don't get attacked by them. The Rabbies over here, I believe, are either industrial or spacer. So you know they're just out of our reach, or we're under their notice, as it were. So I'd like to go visit some of these, see what they have for sale, try and trade with them. Like for these, since they're -80, we'd have to gift them uh, items and whatnot to bring them back to neutral or to friendly. I doubt I have enough to do that, but it'd be nice to give that a try. Whereas the Ratkin over here, we could just trade with them. They are neutral. Could give them gifts as well to increase things like that. And it's all along this um, stone road. So I'd like to get along here, and it'd make for fast travel. Once we're on the road, we can go say hi to the Ratkin. We can say hello to the Lancers campsite. We could probably even go all the way up here to the Foxed Alliance. This purple one is a kind of like a royalty type faction, so I don't know if we can even trade. No, in fact, down here at the bottom it says trading here requires title collaborator alpha. So we would have to do missions for them and have somebody with a title in order to trade with them. So they're kind of, and for the time being, they're not able to be traded with. We have a second Ratkin faction, so this is the Iron Ratkin. This is the Great Kingdom, so we have several of those to talk with. We have somebody up here. in northern part of a desert. You know, just a lot of stuff out and about that I could probably try to do. Um, Especially now that I have, I was going to say six, but Saburo is currently asleep. Um, but we have a few people currently in with our party that may or may not be temporary. I don't know. Like Elo here um, probably isn't going to stay with us for too long because they are of a different ideology and they're just they're gonna be unhappy with what we do. Um, could convert them, and I probably should because um, we have low corruption at the moment. And what that basically is, as it says, we can be easily swayed to a different ideology. So if Elo decides to say, hey, let me just talk to you about my ideology, whoever they talk to will basically instantly swap over. So I should probably, you know, have rituals and just make sure our corruption, is that what it is? Corruption, yeah, is at least, you know, 10 or 20%, so that we don't just immediately switch over, because that could ruin our entire ideology if we're not careful. Other than that, let's see what else is going on. So you are moving southward, it looks like. Okay, you were probably one of the people that we rescued from the space battle that happened down here. We have a bunch of ship chunks, 11 of them, that we should probably deconstruct at some point. Because that might be adding to our wealth. And 58 slag chunks that fell from the sky that could be turned into steel that we could use. So, alright, animals in the area. Looks like there's a warg that is injured somehow. Got in a fight with the ghoul. I'm guessing it was this ghoul. Yep. So this is going to be dead in 4 hours, so we'll have some meat to haul in there. Looks like we are building over here a little bit. We need to put in some floors. And there's a lot of stuff to do, and not too many of us to do it. So let me just unpause this, let things go at a bit of a slow rate until I get a grasp on what's going on. Now you are currently wandering. I want to do this, because this is really important. So we do that. Oh, wow. Okay. Your certainty is only down to 27. And I can't do that for another 3 days. Interesting. Okay. In that case, next what I want to do, are you still training? Get the training done, and then we'll start like an incantation. Okay. You trained that, so this is also kind of important. So you don't need to role change. Should do this. So we have 5 participants. That'll be 30%. Another 9% for the impressiveness. Another 30% for Yoko's social ability. Should give us a 69% expected chance. But whether or not it succeeds, it will increase our corruption overall. Now, right, you aren't a follower, so you don't have this. Also, bloodthirst. What is this? This pawn feels as though a day gone by without fighting is a day wasted. Fighting and or killing enemies will satisfy this need. Okay, so they want to be in a fight. We'll have to keep that in mind as we go. So, down here, we're just having ourselves an incantation, making sure everyone is going to follow our ideology that we have set up here, or at least that all y'all in chat helped me set up. Once that's done, I might do another one within a few hours, just because I want to get, like, you get 10% per ritual, and slow corruption doesn't go away until it's above 10%, and many of us are at 0. So, there we go. It was good enough to get a +1, which is better than average. Apparently, Elo's decided to just fall asleep right there. I do need to, like, move the research up here as well. We also need a lot of wood. Hello, what is this? A junk artist named Rivas perhaps, has arrived and wants to join. She's willing to contribute, but will not leave voluntarily, claiming she has nowhere else to go. You can choose to turn her down and send her away. However, your colonist will be disturbed at sending someone away in need. I don't know what their abilities are, so I'm probably going to accept right off the bat, in the hopes that they're good, and if not, well, we'll see what we do afterwards. Okay, you are a junk artist. Let me just pause here to have a look at what he's got. So, just some basic clothing, an auto pistol, some fine meals. You're a hideaway. So you're incapable of nothing. You are an artist, you are a crafter. So that's pretty good. Not too many passions, though, so that's not all that great. They are a crafty artist, so that's where they get their crafting and artistic from. They repair things at a better chance and they work faster. They have a -2 to their social because they're vulgar and they're a psychopath. So they have no empathy. They're going to be hard to convert because their global certainly loss factor is halved. Their needs, they just have low expectations. Oh, and they're already part of our ideology. Well, we'll give them a shot to begin with. I'm gonna copy that over because I don't necessarily want them to do too much. How's their intellect? Maybe that's what I should have looked at. 7. Okay, so they could do some research. So let's put that up there. And let's get these other people maybe doing some research as well. I know some of them aren't great at it, but it's better than nothing. Because we're going to be so busy that we can't do the research normally ourselves. Saburo will put over there. And guess we'll claim this one and reinstall this. Guess just in this corner. Once that's reinstalled, we'll get Saburo to walk over here. What are you doing? Chopping a tree? Okay. People have arrived. Great. Don't want to worry about the sprout too much. What are you doing? Cowering? Okay. Oh, say that because there's a mega spider right there. Okay. I mean, I guess that's better than nothing. I was worried you were fighting it. Harmon is taking the slope away. And now we have 6 people. That's a little much for what I want, but I'll take it as I go, I guess. Oh, we've already moved that over here. So you're not doing anything. Go ahead and open up this. I guess for the moment we can speed things up a little bit, up to double speed. Alright, so Saburo, here you are once again. Now you have some crypto sleep sickness. Just a little bit of dizziness, nausea, vomiting, that sort of thing. But I want you to enter that one instead. Oh, not feeling good. It's understandable, but you are still gonna get into this one over here. Okay, good. But I will hope this isn't gonna deteriorate anymore before you get in there. Looks like, all right, you're all good, right? Still moderate. Sickness might stay around just because they're in a state of stasis, but we'll see. Now, what am I doing down here? So we're planting rice, we're planting devil strand, planting cotton, and a growing zone. I don't think this is going to be enough rice for us anymore, so I think I'm gonna stop that. Are there any plants that I want to keep out of this? There's a productive one. That'd give us more. It's a booming one. That one is actually pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna shrink this zone a bit to about there. Not worried about the productive one now that I found a booming one. And then we're going to make a new growing zone like this. I'll have to expand it up to this. The reason why I don't immediately put it up to the full size is if I had made it this full size right directly next to this other one, they would combine together. So You have to make one smaller and then extend it upwards afterwards. And we want more rice. Also, I know I need a bunch of fiber corn as well. So that's basically because, like, granted, we have a lot of trees right now, and I guess I don't need to worry about it quite yet, just because we have trees nearby. But like, I can highlight all of that, get those cut down. I don't want that one cut down, although because we're gonna replant the cherry trees a little bit better. So if I extract that, extract that, extract that, I kind of those are the cherry trees that are nearby. I have a plan for them. Now that we have a storage zone up here, though, I want to shrink this down about like that. And give us, see, it automatically connected. It's not what I wanted to do. Get one of those, expand it to there. Take this, copy the settings over there. Going to delete that. So now this stuff will be stored up here. And then animal transport pod crash. What's going on here? We have a goose that has crashed. How is it doing? It's not doing great, but I'm not really worried about a goose. So, all right. Now we need another dumping stockpile. I want it to be for here. So I'm kind of moving things since this was the center of the base. Now we look at the planning. I'm kind of expanding to be this entire area here. So I'm kind of moving things over to where they need to be. So we'll get that stuff hauled. Looks like we have some things here to haul. Nope, don't highlight the creature, highlight everything else. Get all of that, some of that, that there. It'll be easier to see once things start turning green again. And then, what do we have in the area? Just nothing too dangerous. Training our pets as we go. Turn the speed back up and turn off the planning for the moment. So eventually we should start chopping down plants. Yoko is the main planter, so they're probably the one that's going to be best at it, but I do have other people working on it as well. Excuse me. Cargo pods, weapons. What do we get? We got a bioferrite profane scimitar. That could be cool. Let's take a look. What is it? 9.5 damage, which is pretty good, considering a, oh, what are those creatures? They're thrumbos. Their horns have an attack of like 11, so that's not that far off from that. Looks like we're changing over to rice over here. Once all that's planted, I want to take a look at them, see if any of them are worthwhile for being put into a pot, and see if they have any good traits. It's best to check that out at like 50% growth. That'd be the easiest way to notice that there's something there. Whether or not what it actually is a little bit more difficult to find. Oh, Nezu just decided to go start training some animals. What are we researching at the moment? Noble apparel. Okay, so we're still working on our medieval technology. And there goes our human needs. Well, I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. That's okay. Nezu. Oh, you're chopping down trees. I got it. You're going to read a book. Wonderful. Get that intellectual experience. It goes down here planting some devil strand. Before... What are you doing? Oh, I suppose we had just a bunch of... You know, you're the planter. Let's put your construction down to a 3. That you focus on planting before constructing. And in this I'm going to modify ever so slightly whenever I see something that's just not quite how I want it. Let me slow this down for a moment though. What is this thing doing? Consuming a meal? There's a table right up here for you to eat at. I guess this is too far away. Okay, in that case. Extra furniture, table. Let's make it out of bone. Let's put a table in here. One chair in here as well. That way, there's a place for somebody to eat when they are down in this corner, which apparently is too far away from this table up here. And also, I want to do another one of these incantations. Now that we have another person, we get another apparently 2%. So we're going to do that to get us out of the low corruption. Elo find it a bit more difficult to convert us at this point. Probably as difficult as we have found it to convert her. She is getting certainty back, but not as quickly. Oh, you know what? I can't actually look at it here, but I think that there is a conversion ritual, which we might be able to use right now. Well, might be able to use as soon as this is done. So, there we go. This is just about done here. We're all just standing around looking at each other. There we are, another blasphemous one. So another +1 for us. 2 are just gonna eat your food in the corners because we haven't had the table built yet. And conversion ritual. What's stopping this from being available? If it goes well, target's ideology, certainty reduced, or they will convert. If it goes badly, they will gain certainty. Disabled ability on cooldown, available in 1.8 days. So that is this. So what's the difference between having the ritual and just doing that then? Because it sounds like the ritual has a chance of failure, whereas I haven't seen this ability fail yet. Maybe it gives a mood bonus or something. I don't know. Alright, still have ordered to chop down all the trees. Everything has been planted. Oh, I see. You're reading a book, that's why you're not doing that. And everyone else is just too bad at the job to do it, so. Alright, Yoko's doing something. Just finding more and more rocks to move. Just want to clear this area up. This is primarily where we're going to be fighting people. So defenses. Other than the sandbags, like security options, I do have traps I can put down. I don't know if I want to quite yet. Oh, these have been updated, so alright, so the base is gonna go down to about here. So if I put these like here, something like that is what I want to do. And then we'll reinstall this right here. So this way we'll have like some trees to look at surrounding. Like before I was thinking we'll just put this up to the side so that they can look out and admire what's going on all over the place. I've changed my mind. We're gonna just surround them with cherry trees and do that instead. Okay. Most everyone is asleep at this point, so I'm gonna speed it up until somebody wakes up. Like Snake is awake, but all they're doing is research. Also, we have another animal to tame. He came here looking for food. We'll certainly tame them. Oh, hold on. As you woke up, what are you doing? Just building the wall. Okay. Pods arrive. This has contacted you. 16 days ago, you helped her in in desperate circumstances. Since then, she has gotten back to her feet, and now she wants to reward you properly for your help. She's sending you the following via drop pod. A grenade launcher and a fire blast? What are these? So obviously grenade launcher. Grenades do a lot of damage. But I'm probably not going to use it because it is industrial or later technology, and we're still Neolithic technically. Oh, and the other one is this. What is this? A flamethrower. Okay. Just with where we live with all the trees and grass around, I probably won't use that at all. And an eclipse. One of the moons of this planet has orbited in front of the sun. An eclipse has begun. A little bit of rhyming there. Alright, other things I want to do. I want to get... Oops. We have researched noble apparel. We're going to continue on to royal apparel. But I want to install this up here because this is going to be our research area. And I also want to build a copy up here as well. A bad temperature for working. There's not much I can do about that. I could probably put a campfire in the room. You know what? Let's see if that will work, actually. Temperature. Just put a campfire, just I guess right there. Might be able to keep this room a little bit warmer. And then we also want just maybe a simple chair you can sit on while researching. That way they don't get too uncomfortable, get upset. Okay, Yoko has planted the cherry trees. Now we have a little bit more of a scenic spot. Animal disease. When your animals has gotten sick from the flu, make sure they get proper treatments and rest as much as possible. So this one has gotten that. So for the moment, we'll up their medicine that we can use on them to herbal. And somebody should be tending to that. There you are. Nico will tend to that. Get a 70% quality. Not too bad for herbal medicine, I don't think. And so immunity is gaining much faster than the flu. So we should be in the clear. Any further tending can probably just be doctor tending. How's our crop sprouts doing? 94%. They might be done growing in the next day. So we'll probably go down and harvest those soon. Right. Level 4 construction. Wonderful. Just moving in the room. Once they get that done, we'll add in a floor. So we'll go for this, just like that. One in the doorway as usual. Alright, indoors is now going up. Research speed factor is 71%. Why is that? Oh, because of room cleanliness. Okay. So we no longer have a temperature problem. Does it tell me what the safe temperature is? Don't see it. So I guess as long as it's a comfortable temperature, it should be fine. But it is increasing. It's like up to 82. But we are still at a 71%. So that seems to be pretty good. And And the reason why we are only at a 70% is because of our ideology. Uh, sorry, I was reading the message at the top. We have bonus research on Anomaly research, but in order to get that, we have a penalty on basic research. So, basically anything in this tree here, get extra experience for. Any research on any other category gets a penalty. So we get a 50% bonus, I believe, to this research and a negative 25% on other research, which is good. Oh, hello. Colonist named Rivas, which you have accepted into your ranks, turns out to be an enemy agent of the Entrails Purgers. You can capture her for recruitment or slave purposes. What just happened? Oh, you're asleep. Not the best of times to be saying, to reveal that you're a traitor, I guess. When you must have been sleep talking or something. Hold on. Nope, nope. Not what I wanted. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's just how that's gonna go. No, you're not supposed to be a prisoner. All right. I must have clicked on the wrong thing. No, don't want you. You should be released. Okay, there we go. That probably made you upset. Was imprisoned for -6. Well, there you go. Sorry about that, Hello. Just a little bit of a misclick. Although, this is kind of interesting. Elo has claws. No, Snake has claws? They both have claws. Okay. Interesting. So, because they have claws, they actually deal bleeding damage rather than, or piercing damage, rather than blunt damage. So that makes them a little tougher to fight against. We're gonna give a sleeping spot right over here for Elo for the moment, since it seems like we don't have any extra bedrooms, and we are very low on wood at the moment. We're working on that. I also want to deconstruct some of this garbage that's right outside, because I'm gonna be planting some stuff over here, I think. How's this stuff? This is 28% grown. Oh, I was going to look at rice. Let's see if any of these were planted with a certain trait. There's a beautiful one. This is the best way to do it before they're 50% grown. Otherwise, you can select everything and see if something can be harvested. But this way allows you to see exactly what it is. There's a productive one. That might be a pretty good one. Oops. Flexible. Not really needed for this. Okay, so that one I want to keep an eye on. So once it's 50% grown, we'll cut that one. And then, how are these guys doing? Because it hasn't been morning yet, so they haven't really grown anymore. So, snake is fully healed. Wonderful. How long are you going to be upset for? It's going to be for a couple days. That's for going to be for 5 days. It's going to be for 12 days. All right. So for a while, but in 7 hours, we'll be able to convert them over to us. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of a bonus from that. Or at least lose some of the penalties. Eclipse is ending. Wonderful. We're no longer in the dark. It looks like these 3 spots are unreachable. So I'm going to just cancel these. They're underneath that, so they can't reach it. Now, something I was testing out. So, every plant that you can select in here. Major break risk for LO. Yeah, I know. Every one of these plants should be affected by the plant genetics mod. But I have done a little bit of testing, as I've said before. It seems like trees don't work properly. Because I tried, I found like a tree that had some kind of like resilient here. They do have the traits, but once they're put inside the potting bench and grown to full, they don't actually work properly for some reason. I don't know if it was an oversight or if it's just, I don't know what the reason is for it. But I was hoping I could do that with trees. We have a caravan approaching. Some Budon coming in with some things to trade. Wonderful. But I was hoping to be able to like have some fast-growing trees or high productivity trees or something like that. But it just seems like that's not going to be able to be the case. So we'll just use an alternative, which in this case is going to be, where is it? Fibercorn here, which is a plant. Now, it could be that it didn't work because it was just a tree that was already on the map. Like, maybe it didn't belong to us or something. I don't know. Oh, you have a quest. New quest has become available. It's called Revia of Fortune. The Grand Chief of the Akaro tribe wants you to help save one of his caravans. The caravan is being hunted near home, which is my place, by 3 groups of Revia from the Entrailed Purgers. wolf wants you to signal the Revia to draw them away from the caravan and toward you. The first group is composed of 7 Revia raiders. 2 similar sized groups will follow soon after. If you accept, they will arrive in 1.5 days. And if we accept, we get some interesting things. Again, a lot of these Ziva weapons I don't know if I really want to use, because they are just like they're like really good spacer tech weapons. Let me go to the research here. So if we go here, no, it's I think they have their own Trevian Kinbrook weapons. I don't know where they are. They might actually just be in here. What is this called? White Dwarf? So if I go in here, that doesn't seem right. Ranged weapons? So apparently that is unlocked as something I can craft already at a Neolithic level. So again, I think their balancing didn't quite make it all the way. So like all of their weapons in here just seem to be under ranged weapons. It could be mod conflict too, I don't know. But like they seem very powerful for how easy it is to come across them. So I'm gonna try to stay away from them until like I reach like a spacer technology level or something. Then if I craft them myself or find them, I won't be as worried about it. Alright, gonna get rid of that. Don't need that many. We're gonna cut this down to 6, I think, because we don't want to have too many simple meals just lying around. We're not going to eat them. And then we're going to cut this down to about 16. 16 meals should be enough for 5 of us to eat, assuming that each person eats 2 meals a day. That means that somebody will be awake. Probably Yoko. They're the only one that has a crafting skill or cooking skill high enough to cook those meals. Alright, so these are 30% grown. These are 98%. Okay, so in the next day, those will be ready. What are you doing? You're harvesting. Before you get back to that, let's do some trading with this person. Alright, so we both have quite a few things to sell. Is there anything I'm interested in from them? Like chicken meat, elk meat might be good. It's kind of expensive though. We could get corn. Don't need components yet. We're still, tribal. So I'm not going to worry about that. There'll be plenty more showing up with things that we can, with more components later. As far as the equipment goes, doesn't really look like there's a steel advanced chair. That'd kind of be interesting. With a comfort of 1.2, beauty of 10. That's 900. We could afford it, but it's not really something I'm looking for. I'm mainly saving the money for books. So if I find books like this, which will increase stats, then I will buy them. Otherwise, we're probably going to just sell off the leather, human leather. Oh, never mind. They can't afford all of it. Actually, they have steel. Maybe if I buy all of their steel, I can sell all of this back to them. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And all of that as well. The advanced components that we do have we're going to keep a hold of because we will eventually want to use them. We have 13 meat left. We could make a meal out of that. Yeah, that should be good. There we go. And our relations went up a little bit because we traded with them. Looks like we're almost done with this floor. Just a couple more spots left. And then we'll want to make a couple of these in here for lighting. Just there and there, one on each side. Should get most of this lit up. Not that you really need too much light. Like some characters need light, others don't. I think Kurin don't need light. But light is good for crafting time. So you get a penalty if you're working in the dark. That sort of thing. Alright, what? You're malnourished? Why aren't you eating? Well, you know what? Before things go bad, we're gonna convert you. I know I'm waking Nezu up from their nap. But let's get this done. There we go. We've converted them. We no longer have to worry about being converted to their ideology. Alright, so the corrupted seeds are, I guess it's early enough. They're starting to grow again. That because we already traded with these people. I would also like to travelers passing by, right? Nothing wrong with that. Would also like to probably deconstruct some of this stuff because if it's going to be considered as part of our wealth, I should probably have it anyway. Then I'm also going to deconstruct like the walls and the floors. But before I do that, I think I saw this pillar out here not too long ago. We're going to put a pillar up right here, I think. So that's mostly in the center. So this radius is how far it will support a ceiling. So, for example, like I'm going to be removing these walls. If I were over here, these solid things would only support a structure out to about here. So basically this middle part, yeah, like these middle two squares would not be supported. So now with this pillar here, it will hold up the ceiling. So I can go ahead and tell them to deconstruct all of this, but I'm going to cancel all of this. didn't even see what we got from the crate. I was too busy looking at all this other stuff. And then also we're going to remove the floors, because that's a bunch of granite and steel that we can make use of. So we have a lot of work for people to do. Now that this floor is done, we'll, I guess, tell them to add a floor. Oops. Through here. For some reason it wants to go over stone walls. I don't want it to do that. So it looks like I gotta do this a little bit at a time, like so. And one there. So we're gonna need a ton of wood. Looks like we have about 700 in storage already. But we'll want to replace that as well. I'll chop all of these down. Get that in a little extra for other usefulness. Down here, these look like they are pretty much ready to harvest. So there's 9 of them. Let's go ahead and harvest all of those. And yeah, I'm giving them a bunch of stuff to do. Like I said, I like to let them do things as they want, but I will give them like orders for doing things. Ella is having a tantrum. She will smash up random furniture, items, and structures. This happened because they were badly malnourished. We have food, though. Alright, where are you? You're just right there. I'm gonna slow things down for a little bit while she has her tantrum. She's not doing too much damage, but I just want to make sure that she doesn't, like, break open this door or break through one of these walls. Or, you know, go into the stockpile and smash up something that's really expensive. Because they'll do that, if given the choice. As far as our animals go, though, I'll set up this for the new one that we found. Alright, you're attacking the wall, not the lamp on the wall. That's fine. Oh, it actually tells you what they're attacking as well. Again, this is just fine while, as long as they don't completely break something. Just let them get their rage out. Eventually they'll have some catharsis from all of this. I was a bit worried, though, that they were going to do more than 3 and 4 damage because they do have claws. So I thought, you know, they might be doing like 10 or 15 damage per hit, which would make it a lot more difficult to prevent things from being broken. I don't know how long this is going to last. Although she is attacking one of these spots again. And that's another thing, too. They could select the same target multiple times. No longer having a tantrum? Okay, good. Oops. And if we go here, you can see catharsis of 40 for the next 3 days. We won't have to worry about them having a mental break for 3 more days. Even though it says that their needs are really low, it is slowly going back up. Although you're still starving. Why aren't you eating? Oh, okay. I see what happened. So, all right, when I have a prisoner, I have the default. Like here's the prisoner right here. Um, their default food is nothing. You can. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Um, is it here? No. Um, somewhere you're able to set up the default food for prisoners, and I have it currently set to nothing. When I arrested her for that half a second, um, it automatically turned her food her food restriction to nothing. So that's why we're having a problem. Granted, it's partly my fault that I didn't double check why she wasn't eating, but now I did. So there we go. Now she should be better. This is this is from her old ideology. Um, in 3.2 days, it'll go away. There's nothing I can really do about that once it's there. But now that she's our ideology, she won't get that again. So there is that. And we can speed things up now that her rampage is done. Alright, finished royal apparel research. Back over here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just need one more to go before we're no longer Neolithic. We will advance to medieval. So I'm gonna just go ahead and research this least costing one. And then once we are considered medieval, we no longer have that 50% research point penalty. I mean, it says we research at 67%, which is basically... Oh, what's going on? Solar flare. A solar flare has begun. Intense radiation will shut down all excuse me, electrical devices. It should pass in about a day. Well, we are Neolithic. We have no electrical devices, so that has no effect on us at the moment. One day it will, though. But also, I think I might need to build extra bedroom, since we just have a sleeping spot over here for the moment. And these aren't really in any particular order. Like 1 isn't more important than 9. Just want to make sure. We're low corruption again. Alright, get done with your training. As soon as you're done training the animal, have another ritual. There we go. Oh, you failed the training. Alright, Oko, let's go get an incantation. We're at 70% again because we lost a person. Oh, and they were up here deconstructing the walls. So they have ways to come back. But they made it back in time. They'll enjoy the full effects of the ritual. Which will hopefully be good. Another blasphemous one, so another +1 is good. And we just got rid of all our human leather, so I can't make more pillows. Alright, that's fine. Again, though, I've given them a lot of work to do, so it's going to take them a little bit. Have another visitor. That's fine. The reason why it tells us that these people are passing by is because technically at any point you know what I did? So the roof was collapsed, almost hit Yoko. That was really close. These just fell down from the roof. I'd forgotten that when I selected everything for deconstructing, I didn't stop them from deconstructing the pillar that I had put in there. So, let's one of these back in here and tell you to prioritize that so we don't have the roof fall in on us again. Because that could have ended this colonist just by being crushed by rocks. All right. That should keep things from falling in. Let them deal with that. And then I don't know, I might just seal this up a little bit. Void curiosity. Yoka has begun to fixate on the void and wishes to investigate it using the void provocation ritual. Use the void provocation ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects, or connected to a bioferrite harvester to generate bioferrite. Place a psychic ritual spot to perform a void provocation ritual. Alright, well, I think that's just a reminder that this is something I can do. But, you know, maybe I should do a little bit of it rather than... I don't know though, because, okay, if we look at the research, like, we have researched the provocation, which allows us to get some of this other stuff. But which one was it? Was it only entity containment is locked behind circuitry? So a holding platform, does that require power? Doesn't look like it. Oh, but these other things probably do. There's 70 watts there. This one doesn't. That's a bit odd. Like, we can't research... Like, only one of these things require power. The other two should be available. But I can't do this until we have circuitry, which, again, a lot of this might be mod conflicts. One of the mods I added makes it so that in order to get electricity... No, what was it? Electricity first, circuitry second. So circuitry, this sort of stuff, is normally just thrown in with electricity. It was kind of separated so that you would have several things that you need to research in order to get certain things. Like dynamos, I think, is something that you have to research before you can move on to some of these other things. So that may have changed things up a bit. But, I mean, I suppose I can give it a try. We don't really have a good containment place yet. But maybe this is something I should do to make it so that we do get a better containment. Like, okay, What determines containment strength? It's holding nothing. Containment strength. How secure? How securely this can contain entities. Proved by stronger walls and doors, more light, fewer other entities in the room, and special containment devices. Some entities are easier to contain in cold temperatures. Interesting. Alright, so lighting gives us 5. Wall hit points is 44.5. Average door health is 20. Building times 0.7. I don't know why that would have a 0.7. Is that because it's made out of wood, perhaps? So then the final value is 49. Okay, so it seems like the wall health, the door health, the amount of lights are the main concern for that. So if I were to say make this out of, well, a wooden wall is 195. Oops, if I change the material to like, excuse me, hiccups, to steel, that would increase it to 300, so that might increase the holding capacity. Uranium would be 750. Pristine limestone is less. And of course there's some modded things. But what about plasteel? Plasteel 840. So maybe if I get some stone blocks and build things up like sandstone's a bad one to use. Maybe marble blocks. I have 125 of those. Might be able to make a full room of that. So like if I were to go marble, it's 5 per, so I could do 25. 8. Might not have enough for this. Could do that. Could do that. Like that. And also I have 25 of something else. Sandstone. This is 192. Sandstone would be more. Interesting. Okay. Do a sandstone door then. Alright, we're gonna have to wait for that, I guess. Maybe we can actually turn this into a better containment. And then we can do the ritual. That's probably an immortal dying somewhere. Especially since it's a clear sky. Why are you still at low corruption? Oh well, it's not really necessary at the moment because everyone is part of our ideology. Alright, three of us are asleep. One is researching. What are you doing? You're probably going to also research, so we'll speed time up a bit while nothing is happening. Just refueling some stuff. Another visitor. They don't really have things to trade. One of our meals deteriorated. Let's actually change this up a little bit. Now we do have a lot of bone. So, is it furniture? Production? Is it storage, maybe? There we are. Small shelf. Make a shelf out of bone. Just gonna put it right there. We're gonna move the actual meals onto a shelf so that I can have a little bit better way of seeing how much food we have. Because at the moment it's just all in here at the moment. And shelves can hold 3 items, so we can have a simple, a packaged, and a fine meal all on the same shelf and be able to be seen fairly easily. These are all still ready to harvest, although, again, I've given these guys a lot of stuff to do. So, they'll have to take their time to do it. Also, if I'm turning this into a containment room, let me move some of the stuff out. And have our ritual room over here instead. The pillars aren't really doing anything other than providing beauty to the room. But we'll still build a couple of those in there, because eventually, like, we will want a room dedicated to our ideology. So I think one of the requirements is that it has pillars. It will need a shrine of some sort, and a couple other things. So I know pillars are something that it requires, so I'm just getting ahead of it and building those in there as well. Okay, so containment strength is 73 now. And that's because the average health has gone up, but it's still a 0.7 for being a building somehow. Oh, I suppose the granite wall is probably helping out with the average health, since that's 900 and these are 360. This we're going to reinstall probably here. Visitors are leaving. Alright, this we're going to change to meals and set that to important. I think, no, I'll have to set this to critical so that meals get put there. And I know stone doors are slow, but that's okay. They have more health as well. This we can build a copy over here and deconstruct it. Leave the lamp in there for the time being, because it seems like we need light. How are you guys doing up here? Seems like you've gotten most of the walls done. There's a bunch of steel up here, and silver. Okay. You might want to dig that out sooner or later. Alright, looks like they're getting around to making repairs, as they're just getting through the list of things that need to be done. And most of them are asleep or researching, so we'll speed time up a little bit until somebody wakes up. What is Snake doing? Playing Hoopstone. I don't know if that's the best entertainment that you could be doing. What do we have available, though? Recreation. Stone. Oh, I suppose we're still Neolithic. Although we can make a poker table and billiards table. We have alternate versions of those over here. Interesting. We have a research bench over here as well. Oh, what's going on? A group of Neanderthals has arrived from nearby. They're attacking immediately. There's 6 of them. They're all bunched up on one spot, but they're all melee. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about that. But let me slow it down to normal speed. And you know what? They're probably going to attack this thing first. And they're probably going to win, since there are 6 of them versus 1 insect. But it might do some damage before they take it down. Or not. Alright. Well, that didn't go so well for the insect. And now we're getting back to the whole defenses part. I don't know if I want to set up traps. That will definitely help things out. But then I'm starting to take advantage of, like, the AI, where their pathing is going to be. Also, before you start harvesting rice, one of these is one that I wanted to keep, I think. Okay, so the other way to find what I'm looking for is to highlight everything, click on the clone plants. That will mark several of them for cutting. And then you can see them directly. So this one appears beautiful. This one is the productive one. This one is flexible. So this is the one that we want, the productive one. We can go ahead and cancel these other 2. And then that'll be put into the potting bench to grow a specific variety. It's a good thing that the harvest came in. We're down to 88. We do have corn left over, so wouldn't have been too bad. Let's draft everyone up. Elo has no weapon. So let's see what we have available. We have a ton of bows. We're not going to use any of the better weapons. I'm going to stick to mostly either melee or a bow of some sort. Alright, so this is a great bow. That might be the best one. It's poor quality though. Hold on. There was a normal Kijin bow. Let's have a look at this. That's a little bit better accuracy, so equip that. Then come down here. Everyone's gathered up. The combat animals are following suit. They're coming in to help protect. Looks like one person has decided to try to flank us from the side. Might get fairly close, but most of the pets are on the left side anyway. These guys are coming in as soon as they round the corner. I'm gonna start shooting at them. You look like you are wanting to attack a wall lamp. That's fine. Oh, but you get distracted because you see us. And now they're trying to run. And there we go. Since this insect was taken care of, no longer have to worry about it. It's going to be dead in 5 hours. I can now allow all of this to be gathered up. And can allow that. And let everyone go back to whatever they're doing. Great, taken care of. So, right now, I'm not going to build any traps because we're able to handle whatever is coming after us. If it gets, like, if it comes close, like we start taking a bunch of damage, having to be in bed rest for a while, then I'll probably start building traps. And my selection of traps is fairly low. As you can see, they're a little bit different than your standard ones. Most of these are like permanent traps, but to compensate for the fact that they're permanent, like say the caltrops, their melee damage is only 1. So rather than a rearmable trap that does like 45 damage, these will always be there and do just a single point of damage as they're stepped on. So, you know, I'm not looking to kill with traps, just to wound and maim, so that when they reach the line of archers, it will be a little bit easier to take care of. And what are you doing? You are hauling. Oh, right. Because we have the Harbinger trees over here. These are flesh-eating trees. So anything that's rotten, we can put down here, and these trees will take care of it. So if I check this, I guess both these are too new. But like they will slowly devour anything that's placed in this zone right here. Alright, so that's taken care of. We can speed things up again. And actually, is there anything we can do to this room to make it better? Like, I don't know how good 73 is. It's obviously better than the 49 I did have. So maybe this is good enough, but it is just I didn't have to construct this. It was just, you know, place down a holding spot. A spot that basically just has 4 ropes attached to it. So I don't think that's very good at containing, but, you know, maybe it is. Maybe I will do the void provocation ritual in a moment. You know what? 1 a.m. in the morning. I wonder if I need people to be part of it. Alright, so if I do this, psychically commune with the void, attracting an entity which can be captured and studied. There's a chance that the invoker will fall into a coma for several hours. Alright. Need an invoker. About you. See, the problem I'm noticing here is, okay, if I choose Yoko, Yoko has a low psychic sensitivity. In fact, it should be almost nothing. So they can't be a good invoker. You have 115. You have 100. You have 50. You have 120. So you would be the best one, but there's also a chance that you're going to fall into a coma. So we're going to go with Elo here. Total quality is 24, so we probably need extra people for 5%. How affected by our belief? It's plus 10. I wonder if that would be different if we were in a different ideology. But if we do that, quality of 44%. Current quality, there's a 33% chance that they'll receive dark psychic shock. These two are asleep and will wake up when the ritual begins. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. It's probably not going to be good, but I'll give it a try. Where's the other person? Oh, they are up here. It's like, hold on, let me grab all this stuff and come back. Meanwhile, we're all just waiting. Like, where's the scientist? I guess we actually don't start until they get here. Okay. Well, you know what? I can't even draft them up to have them drop that stuff. Okay, interesting. We are, in fact, just going to stand here until you're done. Sorry I'm late, everyone. There we go. Let me put down some candles. Gun performing the ritual. Not quite as squiggly as our other ritual, but this works just fine. Hey, get out of the circle. You don't want to be there. Oh, there's like cracks opening up in the ground. I suppose it's just decorative. Just like the candles are. Seems like it takes about 2 hours, like every other ritual. But I'm going at normal speed just in case, like, something dangerous happens, you know? Don't want too much happening before I can pause it. Because for all I know, something is going to be appearing in the center of this circle. I should have thought of that before now. Alright. It's been complete. They finished performing the provocation ritual, sending out a psychic pulse that will attract entities. Prepare for what comes next. And they didn't fall into a coma. So, all is good. Everyone else goes into the kitchen to eat some food. and then we just continue on. Now, I have no idea what is going to happen next. Ezu's, of course, going back to deconstruct some stuff up there. And their abilities are ready again. I don't think I need them this time, though. Oh, you've also done one of the plant cutting? What are you doing? You're right there. Use this for a second. I think something didn't go right. Might have to go for a flexible or full one. Although neither of those are really helpful for what I'm going for. Oh, what about... wasn't one of these? This one. Let's do that. Did I just miss it, or did somebody, like, harvest the other one? So that was successful. I'm guessing somebody harvested it before it got to be clipped, which is unfortunate. Alright, so here we are. We have a healing root. Its trade is booming. We can start breeding it. So 3.5 days. That's just fine for a name. Booming heal root. It's simple. It allows us to know what's going on. So in 3.5 days, that should be done. I don't know if it follows the standard growing rules where it's going to be approximately double that, because it might only be growing during daylight hours, that sort of thing. So when that's done, we'll be able to plant booming heal root, which will probably increase the gathering rate. Hello, what is this? A death gray cloud has descended on the area. The cloud is made of microscopic, self-powered archites created by some unknown superintelligence. Where they land on dead flesh, they will enter the body and reanimate it to create a twisted imitation of life. The dead will rise, burn, bury, destroy, or move corpses indoors to prevent them from resurrecting. That's interesting. Because if we do this, we have quite a few things that are out and about. I guess I can't move around the map while this is out. Well, let's see what happens. I know some of them are down here. So yeah, research available. You can see like some of it's been digested by the trees there. Discovery of the death pall has yielded new insights. You can now research the following anomaly projects. Dead life dust. Entity codex. Okay, so that's the new thing that we've just found. We go into the anomaly research. It's right here. Craft devices that produce clouds of microscopic archites. They can reanimate corpses to produce deadly shamblers that will only attack your enemies. Okay, cool. In the meantime, we have a undead squirrel to deal with. shambler squirrel. It'll be around for 24 hours, it seems. It's just wandering. Okay, so as long as we stay nearby, we shouldn't have too much to worry about, because most of the corpses are further away from us. And they seem to last for an entire day. Now, do we have some sort of debuff for the cloud? Death pall exposure. Smells like death. My eyes sting and the air grits between my teeth. Okay. And you can see him on the mini-map too, I suppose. Like, these two are just hanging out right here. We might go at normal speed for a bit while this happens. Alligator Slayer. Oh, hold on. You're under a roof. That's not fair. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. Again, as long as it's all the way over there, don't have to worry about it. I'm just worried that I'm gonna take my eyes off my colonists for a minute, and next thing I know, I'm gonna see them under attack or something. Megascarab is getting resurrected. That's fine. Hopefully this one doesn't get resurrected. This one should definitely be indoors or under a roof. But that one wasn't. That's okay. Yeah, and they're all going to be up for about 24 days. What are we doing with this? We are slow going. We also don't have much wood. We have laid down all the floors in here. So let's continue changing all of this. So we'll swap out the floor in here. Something like that. Alright. Something coming after us now? Oh, they're all just still kind of wandering around. Maybe the music changed because there's a lot of enemies in the area. Let's add the new walls in. This. And one of their walls is just going to have to be marble. Now I suppose one of these things I could try to capture, but since they're undead, I don't know if I can actually drop them without killing them. I've resurrected a goop. Well, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Emerson? Oh, right. The goose. The animal you rescued is joining colony? Look at that. Emerson has decided to join us rather than go against us. Right? No, he hasn't. He's just confused. It says he's a farm animal of ours, though. Oh, and now these guys are coming back. You're mostly digested. If... Oh, you are a shambler? Are you still being... Maybe. Oh, here comes the other one. No, they're no longer being eaten. Well, that's fine. How many dead things are still out there? One. And this one did get resurrected as well. Alright. Well, I guess just being under a roof isn't protection from the death stuff. Meanwhile, we'll just continue on over in our corner of safety. And I suppose I can speed it up as long as I'm vigilant about it. So we should just stay up here. Oh, this is like a neutral animal for some reason. But let me check something out. So what are you doing? Are not doing anything important. If I were to... No, I can't capture it. I don't know. I thought maybe this could be a shambler I could capture and study, but apparently not. And finally the alpaca. Alright, that should be all the dead things on the map at the moment. And they should only stay up for about 24 hours. Looks like we're planting another batch of rice. And we're slowly putting in new flooring. But we don't have much wood, so... And of course we do botch it occasionally. That's why I'm training everyone up. So that everyone is capable. Or at least my main three. These others will probably be more specific in what they can do. How's our research going? I can see that we're almost done, but I forgot what we were researching. So once we're done with this research, we should be in the next category of technology. So medieval, in this case. The containment room looks like we kind of have done that. The bees are ready to harvest still, but we've been too busy with everything else, it seems, to go down there and check on them. Now would be, of course, the perfect time that they decide, oh, let's go harvest some of these corrupted seeds, you know, when it's the worst time to go out and about. But I suppose they still have this room to deconstruct first. Alright, what else is going on? I think I'm gonna remove this and this because these don't have very fast um, uh, bonuses. So like this only provides like a no, that's sell price. Recreation power is only 70%. I'm sure there are other things that we have that are better than that at this point, or at least will be better as soon as we get this studied. And I'm probably going to rearrange this a little bit. Alright, research is finished. Now you can see all the medieval technology has reduced their cost. So now I can start researching some other medieval technology. Or I could, go directly into some of this more advanced stuff. Like electricity would be really good, but I don't want to immediately go into that. I think we're not going to go from medieval to immediately electricity, is my thoughts. So, maybe I will study how to make coffee and tea. Or, it's another one, Ratkin stuff I actually want to do because I can finally get to making clothing for my character here. Is probably starting to get, their clothing is starting to get a bit threadbare. So, that might be a good one to do. This is a research tree that I really like. It has a lot of useful things. Corned meat would probably be good to stop all the meat from spoiling. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I'm going to research next. This looks like it's mostly higher level tech. I don't really need any of that. I've got that. Revian stuff we could do, but not really yet. Road building, that'd be good. Be able to build some of our roads. This one I'm not going to do because none of this stuff is usable by anyone other than that race. And I don't have them in my colony. Profane stuff I think is the same thing. Like only that stuff can be used by the profane faction. Some cabinets, like little boosts to doing stuff. Like I think they're like 5 or 10% bonuses to these specific things would probably be good. The Yudan tree is all medieval, so maybe when we get her back, we'll do some of this. Oyo is all like spacer tech, yeah, so can't really do that. Siege equipment, possibly, might be good. Did the Ratkin siege stuff need that? No, can just go right into that. And then I saw over here, advanced ballista requires advanced ballista bolts, which is this. So we'd have to do those research. That might not be a bad thing to do. But we'll start with. Oh, there's a quest. We'll start with salting meat first. So what is this quest? 51-year-old Xeno zookeeper is calling from nearby. He says he poisoned an underground insect colony, but now he is soaked in insect pheromones and the bugs are hunting him. He begs for safety and offers to join you at home. If you accept, an infestation of 3 hives will begin in 1.3 days. They're too frantic to give more info. But they are a Neanderthal. Not really interested. That, and I don't know where this infestation will spawn. So, they're not giving me much information, so I'm just gonna say no. really say how long this death pall is going to last. I suppose some of these have probably been around for a bit. There's only like 1 hour left on this Shambler. He must have been one of the earliest ones. They are kind of gathering together, though. These three are over here. Oh, some of them are actually falling apart. It doesn't seem like they're coming back again. Maybe they will, though. Maybe it's just a random chance. I think you're going over there to grab stuff. That's fine. All of that is still there. Just cooking up some food. Shambler Assault. Okay. A horde of 13 shambling, rotting corpses is approaching. Some unnatural forces animating these lifeless corpses. They are intent on attacking your colony. As they exhaust the strange energy, they will begin to collapse within hours. They're attacking from multiple directions. Alright. Okay, so this is completely different than the shamblers that are currently there. These are new shamblers walking in and actually attacking. So I think this one is probably the only one that's going to come in at an odd angle. Everything else should come in from the front again. So let's go back to normal speed. Looks like we're going to have to defend ourselves. And of course, the death pall is resurrecting things. We may have a long fight on our hands. They're not hard to fight. Alright, so that's lightning strike. This I think has happened before. So every humanoid thing, and this is a bit of a mod conflict thing, every humanoid has a chance of being immortal because of the Immortals mod that I added. Shamblers apparently also have a chance of being immortal. So when they enter the field, they immediately die because I guess the immortality overwrites the Shambler part and they fall over dead. Which then, within a matter of seconds, they resurrect as an immortal. And so, while this guy is technically a Shambler soldier, he is also immortal. So, we can, like capture him, defeat him, he'll stand back up again once he, resurrects. But for the most part, that's a good thing, because if you're familiar with Highlander, immortals gain power from defeating other immortals. So Yoko here is the immortal of the group, so she will get power from defeating that one. Also, McGrath over here is also a lesser immortal that we've just kind of been holding for a while for no particular reason. I'll probably do something with him in a moment here. But looks like we should probably draft up. Make sure everyone has a ranged weapon in hand. Because the Shamblers are at the doorstep. It's a little hard to see all the gray on gray. As soon as he rounds the corner, we start shooting. We're not very accurate, of course. Just shoot fast. Oh, right. There's one flanking from the left somewhere. Where are you? There you are. Seems to be melee attacking. One in particular. Oh, grabbed his attention with a thrown object of some sort. Oh, headshot. Shambler dropped a shard of dark arco technology. You can collect and make use of it. Nice. Scavenged fragment of dark arco technology. Originally created by a hyper-intelligent architect mind, this shard is packed with technology beyond human comprehension. It is capable of manipulating psychic flows, including archotech influences, and more esoteric outcomes. While it is useless by itself, it can be built into devices that harness its power to produce exotic effects. Okay. Right. Might need to back off a little bit. Get behind the animals. Oh, back up, back up. Oh, you got hit. Alright, back up to the front. Now one of these guys, it's this one, the Immortal. So I want to keep a closer eye on him. Unless another one of these are as well. No. Oh. Back up again. Never mind. So this one is the Immortal. You capture them right now. Everyone else, keep an eye out. Because the problem is they're going to get back up. Actually, what I could do is something like this. Priority critical. Now fresh and rotten, not chunks. Not animal, mechanoid. Or undead. But entity corpses we'll just put right there. Allow all of this. You all can undraft. You can undraft. And as soon as you deposit this guy in here, undraft. Should start piling bodies over here. So that should start them on fire, and it should take care of them. Hopefully. Although, what I should do then is put hauling up 201. Everyone. Get these things moved into this little burning area. And then we'll set them on fire. And we shouldn't have to worry about them getting back up. Granted, the fire is spreading, so we will have to take care of that shortly as well. What are you doing? Okay, you're hauling is down here. Yeah, there's still room. Where are you going with that, though? Oh, you're taking it down here. Let's set that to low real quick. And you can stop going out there. It's dangerous. Do we run out of room? No. Oh, they must have been carrying it before I changed that. That makes sense. Oh, we found some vile ferrite as well. Nice. Then once these all start on fire and burn away, we'll put out this fire. Because it is pretty close to our crops. And I don't want our crops to burn. We can build a prototype salting barrel. So you know what? We're going to do that. Production. So this is a part of the Research Reinvented. There's a lot of things you can do. Mostly it's like brainstorming with other factions. You can study materials, so in this case wood. I don't know why we haven't done that yet. If we have an item already, so like if we bought it from somebody, we can reverse engineer and get study from there. Once you have about a third of the research done, you can start building a prototype, and constructing the prototype will give you points toward the research. And then of course with Anomaly you now have schematics, so if we had found a schematic that could add up to 150 points there. So we can build a prototype salting barrel, assuming we had enough wood, which we do not. We do have a few things marked for chopping down, though. So let's just get a few more things marked, like that. Maybe we can get that fairly quickly. Alright, I think I'm okay about the Shambler Assault at this point. As soon as this starts on fire and gets burned away, we'll expand our home zone to include all of this. And now we'll start putting this out. Get rid of this, because we're no longer putting things there. And I can set this back to critical priority. Oh, right, some of you were wounded. We're only bruised. You were scratched, but looks like we've taken care of that. Oh, Emerson came back as hostile this time. Oh well. Ezu, I keep forgetting, has this ability because they are a lab rat, basically. They have a foam spray that I kind of gave them to kind of indicate that experiments were done on them. So they can do something like this. to help put out the fire. I think that'll come back eventually, over time. If not, then I've just wasted it. But considering I never really use it, that's okay. Alright, that's taken care of. We'll clear that. Looks like we need to expand to include some of this. Maybe a couple more blocks just for fire prevention. Alright, let's go back to a bit faster speed. The death pall is clearing. Corpses reanimated by it will soon return to their normal state. Okay, so within a day, everything is going to fall back to being dead. Oh, also, I have a couple of tech prints that I should couple. But I only had one. Kiro auto launcher and poison synthesis. Well, I mean, it's worth activating, so let's bring those out. You can apply it. I know you're reading a book at the moment, but this is kind of important. We don't want the extra wealth in our colony if we can help it. And apply that one as well. There we go. Now that we've applied it, we should no longer get those tech prints as rewards or anything like that. Alright, these are 25% grown. Oh, but we're not worried about these. We're worried about this one, 2.5 days. No, we accidentally cut the rice plant that we wanted. That's right. So we're growing more to replace what we need to replace, because we're just barely surviving off of the rice that we do have. And we do have some fine meals still, so that's all good. And I thought I heard tree chopping. Maybe not. Oh, there are some trees over here that need chopping, so it's just... yeah. Why aren't you guys chopping trees down? Oh, because you're repairing things first. That's fair. Apparently removing floors before that. Okay. What are you doing? Cooking. That's fine. By the time we get this barrel built, we won't need a prototype anymore. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff for them to do. Most of it is, or a good portion, I suppose, is training up the animals to a little more helpful. You know, hauling things is great. They clean up around the base as a secondary thing as well. Alright, have moved Saburo into the base. We are using the planters, but not really all that much yet. Converting over to gloomy furniture as we go. or at least style-wise. I'm not going to replace like every single bed and dresser and stuff like that if we already have one. Just mainly the walls and the floors. So like to replace that, to do that, that there. And then I can't really do anything with the prison at the moment because we have prisoners in here. Although, something I could probably do is begin a brawl. I have enough room for it. So, duelist dies, weapon used. How do you get weapons used? Do you just leave them on the floor or something? Gain daily combat experience. Spectators get a boost and fill their recreation bar. If it's good or unforgettable, discover location of an ancient complex. Some of people are sleeping, they'll be woken up to participate. Let's try it. Let's see how this works. So everyone's getting up. We have 2 fully healed prisoners. They are both immortal. So, you know, even if they die, there's nothing to have to worry about that. Got the 2 jailers going in to grab the duelists and bringing them to the combat arena. This, if it goes well, maybe I'll drop weapons in here for the next one. Although I really don't feel like arming the prisoners is a good idea. Alright, so we give a bit of a speech, it seems. We lose some human meat that brought it away while all of this is going on. Alright. Speed things up a little bit. There we go. And they start battling it out. Yoko's dodging to the side to make sure that she's not in the path of the fight. Oh, you know what? This person probably has, yeah. Whoops. They have equipment on. This is the other person who has nothing. That might have been a bit of a lopsided fight. Then again, the other guy's getting some good hits in. Oh, there we go. One is down for the count. We'll take them back to the prison. And we'll see how this ends up. I don't want to speed it up quite yet, just to make sure that... Okay. So that's the end of that. A good prime brawl. It was good. The fighters went for blood and showed real heart. Everyone participating in the ritual gains +5. Mood for 6 days. That's really good. Discovered the location of an ancient complex. Total quality was 31%, determined by the fact that 4 participants and the leader was present. So, out in the world, looks like we have an ancient complex right nearby. Might have to go out and take a look at that. Meanwhile, these guys in here, no, they're not. And they just take a bunch of bruises and cracks, but it looks like Bourbon fell down because McGrath took out his leg. So they're not strong enough immortals to regenerate large body parts like that quite yet. So that is a permanent injury for him. Alright, so back to double speed. Looks like Nezu's going in there to get some healing practice. Just bandaging everything up. And we're getting a merchant arriving. And Nezu has a shooting frenzy. So they will be more accurate for the next 8 days, which is great, because they are not very accurate as it is. They have both, they have trigger happy, which reduces their accuracy tremendously. So that should make up the difference. These guys, however, are probably going to run into these shamblers. Well, this only has a few seconds left, so maybe not. 2, 1, 0. Alright. These guys arrived at just the right time. And that one's down as well. Alright, all the shamblers are now gone. Wonderful. Didn't really help us for containment purposes, but oh well. It's now safe to travel. Well, safe-ish. We still have like 3 predators in the area. Alright. So these guys have arrived. Nezu's right here. So let's go ahead and trade with them while they're here. Ancient Potion Tech Print, which is very expensive. They have a Harbinger Seed. That's kind of cool. That, I might buy that. An Ultra Component. So probably something for high-tech stuff. Field Research Kit, I probably want to buy that. So we'll do that and that. Bioferrite, we'll buy some of that. It seems inexpensive. Juggernaut Serum, a syringe of opaque, milky yellow liquid that increases the user's strength and speed. Allows them to recover from injuries faster. It's injected into the user's musculature. Adds energy to various metabolic processes. However, the unstable substance also psychically influences the mind, provoking unsettling thoughts and severely reducing the user's mood. That might be good for someone who is not psychically sensitive. Lasts for 10 days. It's always safe. It's medical rather than a drug. 20 twisted meat, 10 bioferrite. Interesting. We have some mocha for sale, which apparently is a drug. Oh, caffeine. But it also looks like it might have... Well, there's no overdose chance. There's tolerance. Oh, I guess maybe it doesn't give addiction. Nope, here we are. I spoke too soon. 0.7% chance. Yeah, still. Don't want it. Pemmican, I think we're okay on food at the moment. Horses might be good for carrying things. 180 is pretty good. But I need to make a pen for them. I think 19 is a bit old, so maybe not. Let's sell the ambrosia. We don't really need that at the moment. And we'll sell the insect jelly. It's not really helping us all that much. I mean, it does boost mood, but I don't think it's really worthwhile. But yeah, I think I'm going to get a Harbinger seed and a field research kit. So the field research kit will help us with miscellaneous research projects. And so somebody will equip that and probably do some research. This, however, don't allow for a moment. I need to figure out where I want to place this. So this would make a Harbinger tree. One of these things that are sitting down here. If I plant one of my own, I might just be able to get rid of these and have like a place like right up here or something much closer that I don't have to go traveling all the way across the map with rotting corpses. Or maybe in here. No, hold on. Okay, there are some thin roofs over here. I could place it up in the corner. And well, it's probably all rock, isn't it? Sandstone. Probably can't place it there. Yeah, can't place it there. Has to be in dirt or something. Because normally you'd put like a corpse disposal area in the water and they would decompose rather quickly. But at the same time, I don't want it too close because everyone's going to be seeing dead bodies. Although our ideology doesn't really care about that. So I think I might plant it right here. Somewhere. Right here, okay, I think. That way it wouldn't be too far away. And it'd be mostly out of sight of the majority of things that happen. Did you just say no to... Hold on. What did you do with that? There it is. Plant it. Cutting grass? Oh. Apparently I can't just plant. I saw that. You plant it. There, that wasn't so bad, now was it? Alright, so create a corpse stockpile. Gonna go down here. Gonna copy the settings from this. Going to paste them there. And then we're going to delete that zone and chop these down. crisis of belief. It's fine, they're the prisoner. And I already traded with these guys. So, that. Have we ever harvested these yet? No. Spiky came to this place looking for food. Also, research is done. Let's go with no plant wasted as next one. I'd like for them to come down here and cut these on. Oh, marriage is on. Nezu proposed marriage to Yoko. Yoko agreed, and the two are now engaged. At some point in the coming days or quadrums, they will have their marriage ceremony and invite all the colonists. Consider placing a marriage spot if you want to control where the ceremony occurs. That's a good idea. Let's see. Marriage spot. I think maybe right here. Don't really have a party room or anything, so like the kitchen is kind of the best built area that we have at the moment. So good. Once that happens, they'll get a pretty good mood boost and not have to worry about things for a while. How's the growth of this stuff going? Okay, so this is now 50% grown. So now if I select all of those again, do that, we have a flexible one, a booming one, I think that's what I want. Resilient, beautiful, flexible, winter. Yeah, this is the one that I want. All the others can cancel. And stop sewing. What are you doing? Removing floors somewhere. You haven't actually gone there yet, so I want to do this first so it doesn't actually get cut. And we'll go over here and we'll breed that one. So in 1.6 days, we'll have a booming rice plant. It also looks like in half a day we'll have a booming heal root, or whatever it was. So that'll be good. These are almost grown, so by the time that one is grown, can harvest all of this and replant the better crop. How much heal do I have? I have none in storage, it looks like. Oh, what's going on up here? What is all this? Wooden walls. Why? Okay, that's a bit odd. So replacing the walls apparently kind of went a bit wobbly. We have all these wooden walls that were uninstalled rather than deconstructed. So we'll just deconstruct them here. How much food, or how much wood are you putting on this fire? Oh, I suppose enough to keep it going. It's not going to last long, is it? Alright. Go cut these trees down. Go cut these plants down. Maybe I should stop giving them things to do. They're still working on this stuff, though. That's another thing I'm a little bit annoyed by, is a lot of times you'll see them travel across the map to go do what you want them to. They'll do one little square of work, and then they'll be like, oh, I actually want to go do some recreation. So, you know, I just wanted to do this one square, and then off they go. So, hold on. Oh, right. Whoops. I forgot. Let's do that. Now they'll stick around. Okay, so what was happening is they were deconstructing one. An item was dropping onto the ground, and because hauling was their highest priority, they would then pick up that item and haul it to storage. Alright. We're getting visitors. Successfully created plant species, booming heal roots. Wonderful. Marriage is on. Nezu proposed marriage to Nico. Nico agreed, and the two are now engaged. So we're gonna have another marriage real soon. So this is a bit of an odd thing. So these three were the first three colonists. If we look at their bio, like Yoko here is gay, Nezu is bisexual, and Nico is also gay. So since the start of the colony, they've just decided, yeah, we're just gonna all be a thing together, and so that's why I ended up having to get them a room for themselves. A lot of this is also because of our ideology. For the first day I played the game, chat helped me uh, build an ideology, and well, you know how that can go. Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying Rimworld. I certainly am. We've got, I mean, it doesn't seem like we've gotten very far, but a lot has happened. I think this is the sixth stream, and I've gone for like 3 hours plus on each stream. So we're going for probably around 18 to 20 hours at the moment. Steel working site nearby, so we could go raid that for steel. There's only 2 people there. That might not be a bad thing to do. I do need to go out and visit the neighbors after all. The visitors are now leaving. Okay. What are we building? A wall. Okay. We're almost done with this. I'm not going to worry about the floor in here at the moment. This is the pet's room at the moment. So, you know, we don't really visit it all that often. It's just a place for the pets to sleep safely. Relations to other areas look like they're changing over time. Since we're a cannibal tribe, they don't necessarily like us all that much, so that's understandable. Alright, what's this? Oh, that's the people leaving. Finally got around to building a salting barrel. So we have no meat to put into it, so there's no salting to be done. We'll have to worry about that when we get more meat. And also, that means that we're down to just simple meals. So let me take a look at this, make sure that we're using what we can. I'm going to remove corned meat from the list for now. Actually, let's do this. Allow everything. Move corned meat and remove twisted meat. That way they'll use any kind of meat available when it comes around. And we'll have to do the same thing here. Any kind of meat. It's not corned meat and not twisted meat. So the reason why twisted meat we get from the anomaly entities, they're not, it's not necessarily good meat. As you can see, it's a twisted muscle and gristle bloated with tumorous growths. So colonists don't really like eating that. And then I denied corned meat because that is what is produced in salting barrels. So I want to make sure that that is not used first. When we get to it, maybe I'll set up a recipe so that they use corned meat in emergency cases. Sprouts are still down here. Oh, are you actually going to harvest? No. You're going to chop down a tree. Alright, research finished, no plant wasted. So basically whenever we harvest a plant, we take, the green part of the plant that most people don't use, and we basically turn it into hay, because that's basically what it is. So we get a little bit of hay with every crop harvested. Let's go ahead and do shearing and milking, get more stuff from animals. Okay, so chopping down one of these trees gave us the hay that I was just talking about, 30 twisted meat, 16 bioferrite. I don't remember that being dropped by these, but whatever. No. If you're down here, you're going to harvest these while you're down here. Then you can go relax. There. Might as well chop the stumps down too. Who knows? Maybe they'll provide more bioferrite. You started harvesting these. What are you doing now? Harvesting heal root. Okay, apparently the heal root is more important. That's fine. So, now that the booming heal root has fully grown in here, if I go to the planting area, so this is what we were planting, is just basic heal root. We now have booming heal root. As you can see, stats are a little different. So normal growing time is 7 days. Booming heal root, which is supposed to grow faster, now only requires 5.6 days. And because of that, its lifespan also decreases. So, it doesn't have as long of a lifespan, but we usually harvest it immediately anyway. So I'm going to switch this up to booming heal root. And once all of these are harvested, we'll start planting the new heal root. So there we go. Allow that. Then I guess when Yoko wakes up, Nico might actually have mate planting. So yeah, we'll start planting the new heal root. And then again, just like the previous stuff, there's a chance that each one of these... Okay, just plant 2, I guess, before you get really tired. Go to bed. So So I'm gonna say we are starting to use the planters, so that's good. Uh, gloomy furniture conversion seems like we're pretty much done. So I can check that one off as well. The corrupted seeds are... Oh, there we are. The rice is now done. These we've limited sowing, so when we harvest these, we'll plant the new one of those as well. I suppose I can set it now, can't I? So here's the rice plant. Here's the booming rice plant. So we'll switch it over to that. Actually, hold on. I don't want to do that yet. I want to wait until they harvest it because sometimes they get a bit ahead of themselves. They'll start cutting the stuff down because it's not the same type of plant and it's in the wrong growing zone types thing. So I'm going to wait until this is all harvested before switching it over. Void provocation psychic ritual can be performed again. I don't know if I want to quite yet. These are the entities we've discovered. Only 2, 4, 5 of them of the 8, I guess. I think we have to discover 2 more basic monolith entities. I don't think I need to though, because like my advancement of it is going slower than the actual advancement. So like we only need to discover 2 more, but because I started out as tribal, a lot of this research I can't do because entity containment requires circuitry. So that stops, this whole tree of research down here, and basically a little bit up here as well. I think some other ones, yeah, like, okay, so bioferrite shaping also requires circuitry. So pretty much 2 trees of research I can't do. And all of this seems like none of this requires electricity or circuitry. So, the rituals themselves I can learn, but there's 2 research trees I just can't do anything with until I am in the normal research. That's not the right word I was looking for. I can't do anything until I am in industrial technology. So it'll be a little bit before I get to that point. I am trying to go as quick as I can. It's the only reason why I have these 2 extra colonists still around, is because they are currently set to basically just do research. Because as you can see, I'm even having troubles getting around to, harvesting these plants, which is high up on the list of things for them to do. What are you doing? Oh, get back here. Chop this one down too. There. Now you can go. It's interesting to note that the stumps just produce wood. They don't actually produce twisted meat or anything like that. Oh, right. One of you came in to the area and need to be tamed. So we'll have them get tamed. We have some rhinoceros that have wandered in at some point. Might tame them if we ever get the chance to. Because they have a 225 carrying capacity. They're fairly good for pack animals. Oh wait. Never mind. They are not pack animals. They can carry a bunch. But I guess I didn't realize they weren't pack animals. Alright, any of these specialties? Because here's the other thing, is once we plant all of these, if there's not a a new type of booming heal root, I might just cut them all down and replant them again until we get, something that is also booming, or in addition to booming. Probably productive is what I'm looking for mainly. We did bring 3 of these corrupted seeds back. How's this going? 7% grown? That's fine. Alright, we successfully tamed this one. They're fairly easy to tame, and that was our best animal handler. So, it's all good. Looks like the rice harvest has come in. Yoko is now 15 in plants. So 3/4 of the way, numerical wise, of course. Amount of experience, it's probably about halfway to level 20. And once all of this is harvested, we can plant the new rice, which will grow faster. So we'll switch this over to booming rice. And looks like this one can as well. So I was sowing there, I was sowing there. I'll quickly plant a bunch of that. Well, Yoko will quickly plant it and then go back to planting the heal. Nico's not as good at plants, but they're still fairly good. They can plant heal root, so that's pretty good, if you ask me. Alright, rituals. We have been doing some rituals, although most of us have low corruption still, but we don't have anybody that's not of our ideology, so I'm not too worried about it. An extra bedroom we still need to build, though. No, I'm not going to make them sleep with the captured entities. Let's just put it right next to this other room, I think. So mine a little bit of this out. Overhead walls are good, so we can mine all of this as well, just to make the rooms the same size, so that neither of them are worried about one having a larger room. Not that that really isn't a problem at the moment. We don't have any jealous colonists or greedy colonists. So just mine out all of this rock, and we'll expand the walls. Another thing I should probably do is get some of these production tables added in. Oh, here comes a quest. Quest available. Cameron, Concordant Marshal of Tsunami family, is asking for your help. His enemies have been harassing his settlement. He wants your help to signal to draw them towards home and away from his people. If he does, his enemies will activate a site nearby to harass you. There's a toxic spewer machine blanketing the whole region in poison, and 4 man-hunting red foxes are wandering nearby. The site will remain until you go destroy it. And he's offering some interesting stuff. So Morphiblue is not something I want. This is a variation on Go Juice. So it's a drug, it's addictive. I don't want it. Void Sight Serum is something new in Anomaly. So this is a capsule of oily black fluid that squirms endlessly inside the glass. When injected into the eye, interesting, it suppresses the inhibitory neurons that keep perception focused on the real world, thus lifting the dark psychic phenomenon into conscious perception. This increases the amount of knowledge gained when studying unnatural entities, as well as a psychic sensitivity, but also impacts mood. Effect is temporary and does not stack. So they're offering 43 of those, so that would help us with our void research, I guess, but it would also impact mood. And Nezu is currently our void researcher, so I don't know if I want to do it for that. But an infinite chem reactor slowly generates chem fuel by a complex series of chemical reactions using atoms and extracted from the air. So this will just constantly produce chem fuel for free. It won't produce much, but we are fairly early in the game, so this would be like a good just free resource, I guess. You know, it's probably easier to craft it from actual materials, but this is for free, and it also comes with 66 plasteel. It's not the most valuable of the rewards, but this might not be a bad thing to do. 4 men hunting red foxes wouldn't be too difficult to take care of. Toxic spewer makes the area poison and toxic, so we'd have to craft something to compete that. But we do have 2 days before we have to accept. And I was just getting into possibly making some of these production things, because this is going to be our production room. It's where we store all the items. Might as well be where we craft them as well. It's right next, and the research place is right next to it, because this new researching way makes use of items in our storage. So I want that close by so they don't have to walk all the way across the building to get more stuff. But I wanted to take a look at, we have 700 bones. So bones are kind of a wood substitute. This is added by the Rim of Madness Bones mod. I kind of like it. Basically, any creature that you butcher at a butchering table will also drop bones. I don't know if bugs do, because they technically don't have bones. They have an exoskeleton, which I guess is technically bones, but it's more of a carapace than anything else. But what I like is that it's a good wood substitute. So if I find something that can be substituted with bones, then I like to do so. Up at the top of the might not be a bad place to start putting things. So there's a stone cutting table. Put in a tailor bench up here. It's a bad temperature because it is winter, and we don't have really heaters. We do have campfires, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. Fueled smithy we can put outside, because that stockpile is right here. Research benches we already have. Art bench can go in here. We already have a writer's table. Oh wait. Smithy. I was thinking of a smelter. Fueled smithy can go inside. Fueled smelter can go outside. And then ratkin stuff we have obtained. Wait. This can be substituted with bones. And there. So we'll build a bunch of that. See what we can start building with all of that. Looks like they are already on it. Snake has decided to dig at the sandstone. Oh, right, because there's one little block right there that I didn't clear out yet. Well, that's good. Hold on just one moment. Sorry, had to sneeze. Didn't want to sneeze in your eardrums. Looks like we have a bunch of these to deconstruct as well. Oh, that's interesting. These doors also select other doors. So we've got to be careful about deconstructing those. Alright, let's slow this down for a minute. Tailoring bench. What can we make here? So patch leather, we can recycle stuff. A lot of basic outfits. So, basically I only equip pawns with equipment that, well, as far as clothing goes, only clothing that is suitable for their model. So, like, the Kurin will only get Kurin equipment, the Ratkin will only get Ratkin stuff. The Rabby will get Rabby stuff, but I think they can also wear some normal stuff since their body's considered a thin style body. Revia can use normal equipment. Whatever these things are. I forget what this is. This is Kiro. There's a few mod bugs that are happening with this race, so I'm trying to not do too much with them. Maybe in another series, I will get it to be a little bit more stable, or find out, where the mod conflicts are and maybe not include them, so I can just, try out some of these races without conflicts. Alright, so our research, sharing, and melting. So now we get more animal products when we shear and milk the animals. We can do something like that again for eggs, but I don't normally have chickens or anything that lay eggs, so I tend to skip that one. Hay and Kim fuel I'm probably going to leave alone for a while. I don't know if this is overpowered or anything like that. So I guess I will move on to the tiled roof wall. So the tiled roof and the tatami are some of my favorite looking objects in this mod, just because it gives a little bit of a different vibe to it other than your standard stuff, which is why I also kind of did a bunch of this classic furniture style. Wanted to see what it looked like, but I think I was running into problems with, like, when I was installing the oh, what's going on? Oh, well, the most expensive metal thing that we were building, they failed on, so half the resources are now gone. Well, that happens. But I don't think, again, this is a mod conflict thing. Since this one has added extra stuff of its own to give it bonuses, like the normal things. See if I have one in here. So like the kitchen sink, which is normally going to boost the production of a stove, doesn't actually work for this. So uh, I may be moving away from this sooner rather than later, just because, like, if most of the boosters don't work with it, then it's not going to be as good as if I use something that can be affected by the boosters. Doing relaxing by the fire? Okay. You harvested the sprouts yet? Not all of them. Royal Tribute Collector. So, we have a Royal Tribute Collector. This is part of royalty. So the Shattered Empire is sending a tribute collector. They'll accept any prisoners and gold you offer as tribute. The one who gives over the tribute will receive honor for fulfilling the tradition and supporting the upper houses. They will arrive roughly twice a year, as long as you are not enemies with the Shattered Empire. They'll hang around for a bit before leaving. You can attack them, but this will anger the faction. So these guys are kind of slave traders. Like, you give them slaves or prisoners in exchange for honor. Honor allows you to progress in royalty, so you get titles. You can move up the rankings there. You get psychic powers. I'm not too interested in it at the moment because, as I mentioned when we were doing the ritual, like, a couple of my people are psychically dull, or I don't want to say insensitive, but what is it? And this one's psychically dull, so half psychic, like half of what normal psychic sensitive it is, and Yoko is psychically deaf, so technically no psychic sensitivity whatsoever. The thing is I think Kurin. Hello? Just a meteorite of steel fell from the sky. That's kind of cool. But since the Kurin are slightly psychic sensitive, I think that increased it from 0 up to a 15%. So they have a little bit of psychic sensitivity, just not much. Alright, what are you guys working on? You're training animals, digging at granite? Oh, right. Because I wanted to build an extra bedroom. Right. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll do that out to there. Guess we'll put the door right there. It's kind of a copy of this room. And actually, this can probably move over here. Oh, we can't put it there because that's where the sleeping thing is. So we can't put it. Oh, that's where. All right. Fine. We'll put it there. Just move that out of there, and we're actually going to move this chair to the research room, and we're going to move this shelf into the research room. We can put it on the wall over here, I think. And then we're going to build ourselves a bone filing cabinet right there. So the bookshelf gives a small bonus to reading while in the room if there's books on the shelf. Right now we only have one book, so when you take the book off the shelf, it no longer gives you a reading bonus. So kind of funny in that. But other than that, it also gives you a research speed bonus equal to the reading bonus. So again, it's not much, but you fill the shelf up with 5 books. That's um, better than nothing. And there's also a 10-book bookshelf. So, you can have quite a few books in here. Right? Nico leveled up with animals a little bit. And again, that's why I do this. I want at least these main 3 characters to have not necessarily be good at everything, but at least have competency in a lot of things. And then everyone else that joins can have their own specialties. But like right now, I'm low on people, and I am kind of picky with who I have join me. So, these 2 are kind of just temporary because I need the researchers. I need research to be happening while everyone else is making progress on the colony. Otherwise, it just doesn't really get done. Right, this is built so you can start smelting from slag. We don't need to search everywhere. Just reduce the radius to there, and we'll just go out and collect stuff. Let's do that, do that, do that. Start training up the new animal. We have 4 animals that are capable of hauling things. So let me select that. We have 69 chunks all over the map. Go ahead and haul those in. And the animals should, when they wake up, they should just go out and haul. Like this one is. Just gathering stuff. And some of the other people also have hauling as a higher priority. Alright, still don't really have too much meat. Oh, we have 9 seeds. That means this has been all harvested, so I can finally get rid of that. And I can finally check off that. Currently working on bedroom. There is a prison break. Prisoners have staged a breakout. They've somehow defeated the door locks and are making their way out. They may seek weapons to fight or try to escape. As prisoners are involved. Well, they're the only 2 prisoners I have. Right there. They're more likely to attempt to break out when they are numerous and healthy. Well, they have chosen a very bad time. Why are you guys wielding laser turret barrels? A barrel ripped from a laser turret. Similar to a laser rifle in its combat capacity, but something. Lasers are cool. The Shattered Empire has decided to leave. Alright, you're done taking care of that animal. Let's all draft up. Get over here. Yoko is actually right here. So they'll go on the front line, open the door, and we'll start taking care of the prisoners. Oh. You've decided to start shooting amongst us. Ow. You're shooting my people. It looks like those were taken care of. Capture capture. Everyone else, go back to what you were doing. We'll tend to you shortly. It wasn't too bad. There's no immediate danger, but still, you got hit 4 times by turret barrel and 1 time by heat MIL. I also have a quest expiring in 11 hours. Which one's this? Oh, right. The quest I completely forgot about. Alright, we're going to accept this for Infinite Chem Reactor. I had intended to come up here. I think it's this one. I don't know what it's called, otherwise I would do a search. A face mask. So this will reduce the toxic environment effect by 50%. But there may also be a gas mask, one of these. Maybe a gas mask is too much to ask for. But yeah, there's a face mask in here that we can make a couple of. And I might as well just make 5 of them. And a toxic spewer has appeared, blanketing the whole region in poison, and manhunting red foxes, set up as a response to your insulting signals. Let's see where it is. Oh, it is just a short distance away. Alright, so now that that's appeared, I don't really have too much time, so I am going to go back to the world here, start forming a caravan, and heading over there. Yoko is going to go, and they are going to bring all of these animals with them, because they currently have all of them following them as far as combat goes. Although, I think this one isn't trained in combat yet. So these 4 are gonna go. And, you know, I'm not really going to bring too much with me, except for a couple of meals. The animals can eat along the way, but, you know, I suppose I could bring some hay along with me just to make sure. It's going to take us about 0.8 days to get there. This is the usual thing of, hey, you only have a little bit of food. Are you sure you want to go? Yes, I'll have enough. If I don't, well, there's some foxes there that I can turn into food. And all of our plants are gonna die. That's fine. I should, though, do that. That's a beautiful one, that's fine. Not too worried about it. All of that. What do we have? A booming one. What are you doing? You are doing that. Cut that real quick. Saw resilient. I don't think I want that. I'm for something else here. They're not growing enough anyway. I wasn't thinking too much about the plants when I was doing that, so. Alright. They're getting ready to go. You clip that one. And you know what? These are mostly done growing. So let's harvest these real quick. Maybe you can harvest them since you're awake, since I woke you up. No? Going back to sleep. Okay, fine. Some of the plants will probably die. Yep. Slowly but surely. Why are you... Oh, right, because... Prioritize our people first, please. Alright, Yoko's out on the way. Maybe we can stop this before too many of the crops die. But it seems like they're just... It's going to speed up here as things are slowly getting poisoned. Now this is something I don't really like. So in the base game, when it reaches 2200 hours, everyone decides, oh, it's time to go to bed. So no matter where you are out in the world, everyone just decides to make camp and go to sleep. That's why I've added a almost there mod. Now this should activate when you are like 4 hours away from your destination, but we're half a day away. And in times like this where time is essential, there's a never rest option. So they still have, they can still be awake for a while. They're going to be tired when they get there, of course. But I can tell them, no, I don't want you to rest. Just keep going. This is important. And then, you know, there are other options like forcing them to sleep if it's during the day, telling them to rest, which is partially sleeping and gathering food. Then we have other options here available. Like I can set up a camp, as long as I'm not directly next to something. And then I can build roads. But we'll get to those eventually. Grath has gotten sick from infection. It's in his torso, so, you know, there's not much we can do about that. We'll tend it, but like he is a lesser immortal. He will survive this. I don't know why he's in a coma. Oh, because he got hit in the brain by one of the insect girls. Dealing 9 points of damage to his brain. So he is forever at 10% efficiency. So he's probably not going to stay around for too long. Like, he's immortal, so even if he dies, he'll come back because his brain is technically still intact, just not very well. So we'll deal with that when Yoko returns from the quest. Also, I noticed we got this right away. So let's find a place for this. I guess in here? Like, again, this is our workshop, so that's probably where I want the chem fuel to be. Oh, that's just cotton plants dying. Slowly losing the crops. hopefully I'll be able to save half of it. Because I need Devil Strand for stuff. I want Cat Lily for stuff. Alright, we're almost there. So I'm going to slow it down so that when we arrive, just in case, don't want anything bad happening. I know it should automatically pause the game, but, just for safety reasons. We've arrived. So we click on this. We are now here. And the toxic spewer is inside here. And there should be 4 red foxes that we need to take care of. So we'll draft up, make sure that the pets are following us. And we'll wait for the foxes to come to us. That's only 3. This one is not Manhunter. Because it's immortal. And immortality has apparently healed the Scaria. So that is good for me. Let's claim this. Go here. So because this is immortal, that means that my immortal can take its immortality, basically. So we'll be doing that as soon as we take out this thing. So let's go inside. Meanwhile, back home, everyone's throwing a party, where Yoko's not invited. Alright, now attack this. They should attack it as well, but they're not. So that's why I have this mod added. Allows me to control animals, or draft up animals. So now they should start helping out. Start throwing chunks. Start throwing that. And we'll get this taken care of quickly. Half gone. Shouldn't take too much longer. We'll get a bunch of resources for this as well. Probably some steels, some components, maybe an advanced component. Stuff like that. The stuff that was used to make this. So there's some steel. Oh, there's some plasteel and a component. You can now come out here. And you're followed by everything as well. Let's take care of this fox. This should be going away, though. Oh, now it's running away. I was hoping that it would try to get revenge. I did not want that to happen. Oh well. So apparently missing all the shots except for the killing blow which hit it in the head. and caused it to release its immortality way over here, rather than... Oh, maybe I was close enough? And I can't tell, because I'm still just immortal. But maybe that affected me. Anyway, we took care of that. Oh, it's not considered done yet because this one is still alive. So we have to finish this one off. It's not the toxic spewer that's causing the toxic fallout. It is, in fact, the red foxes guarding it that are causing the fallout. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I have to actually leave. I'll grab the component, the steel, the plasteel. Grab some slag chunks as well. Looks like one of the animals was carrying some slag chunks when we decided to form the caravan. And nothing else really is interesting or, likely to be picked up. The minimize everything mod kind of makes it so that you can pick up anything like individual walls, doors, an ancient car frame, an entire ancient war spider remains, which only weighs 1 kilogram. You know, I'm not gonna cheat the game like that or anything, so I'm just gonna leave all that behind. It takes too long to go through and select what things can be minimized and what things can't. So I just leave it as is. All right. Why isn't this going away? Maybe it just takes some time. There it goes. Meanwhile, everyone's having a party in the containment room. And then they're on their way back. Gonna have them sleep for a moment. And a cougar has decided to hunt Elo. Where are you? Oh, you're gonna come out here and get some steel slag. It is somewhere in here. There it is. Alright, you two are here, so draft up. Defend yourself. Set it on fire, I guess. And finish it off. Finish it off. There. It's no longer a problem. You're sleeping for a bit so that you're not gonna walk into the map and decide to immediately fall asleep. Defenses will still work on. I don't know why build an extra bedroom is checked off. I haven't built it yet. Maybe I accidentally clicked it or something. And you know what? I could probably get rid of some of these. The corrupted seeds, of course. Furniture, planters, Saburo. Yeah, I'll get rid of some of those. This a little bit higher up so I'm not getting in the way of things. And then you can finish your trip now that you're half. Rest meter is halfway up. You should be able to get home and into bed before you get tired again. I guess I'm having a lot of people haul things, so... A pack of man-hunting timber wolves have entered the area, driven insane by the disease known as Scaria. They will roam the region hunting for humanoid flesh. You can stay inside to avoid them, but there are just 5 of them, and they are pretty much attacking immediately. So, we'll have to defend ourselves. They are pretty fast, so maybe I should gather up here. Draft up. Line up over here. Luckily, most everyone is nearby. Snake is the only one that is a bit of a distance away. And we might just need to micromanage it a little bit because, as you can see, I have no defenses. And a good half of our combat force is currently away. Who's gonna be the melee person? I think Snake is. Because they are tough. So they take half damage from everything. And they are also a decently leveled Revia. So incoming damage is multiplied by 95%. So not only is it 50%, it's also an additional 5% as well. So they'll move a little bit forward. Back up. Can back up as well. Although I guess the fire bow is causing them to run around like crazy. Is that all of them? It's all of them. Alright, no injuries. Wonderful. And now, since we have this tree up here, we no longer have to travel half the map to deposit the rotting corpses. Some twisted meat has rotted away. That's fine. We weren't eating it anyway. Although I wonder how much of that twisted meat we got was put into the salting barrel. Alright, back home yet? No, not yet. Let's turn the speed back up. I always feel like they're not doing much, but I also know that the fact that they're not sitting at the research benches means that they are still trying to accomplish everything I've told them to do. So, like, up here they finally got all the floor ripped out. And we have a visitor coming in. Wonderful. Oh, I suppose I did tell them to go pick up all the steel slag all over the place. So they're doing that. Caravan arrived home. Just coming up. Drop off all our stuff and, by the looks of it, probably immediately go to bed. Managed to rescue most of this. Not going to worry about the beautiful modifier. all of these are not grown enough. So let me just look at them individually real quick. See if any of them are worth getting a clipping of. Doesn't look like it. The rice plants, however, let's have a look. So this one's resilient, this one's booming, flexible, winter. Alright, I'm gonna cancel that one, cancel that one. We're gonna harvest these two in here. Get a clipping of each of these. One, because winter is one that would be good, so I can grow it in the winter. The other one is booming, which it already is. I'm gonna get to test to see if it stacks, because a level of booming reduces its growth time, the amount of time it needs to grow by about 20%. So 80% of the full time is what it turns out to be. If I could get, if they stack, then it could be an 80% of the 80%. Or it could be another 80% of the 100, depending on how the percentage was programmed in. So, you know, it could be that I could stack this 4 times and get rice plants that grow in 20% of the time that it would normally take to grow. That would be great. That would, you know, give us a lot of food really quickly. Granted, we are cannibals, so we're not necessarily... Oh, wait, you're leaving? I forgot about you. Let's trade with you real quick. We have some money. We'll buy some of the stuff that we have. So, like all of these bows that are worthless. Auto pistol. Poor machine pistol. We will buy a bunch of medicine so that you have more money to give us. We're going to keep the carbine around because it is good quality. I'm not going to use it until we are closer to industrial tech. But yeah, I'd like to keep it around for when we do actually get to that point. We'll sell off a bunch of this stuff. This and this. I guess I'll keep the nail gun as well. We don't need the ambrosia though. That seems to be about all that you can afford. So there we go. Now we have some more medicine, we have some more silver. Still looking to buy books though. But nobody, very few sell books. Crisis of Belief. Successfully added 2 plants. Gonna go relax. Use this real quick. Let's pause. I have a look at this. So this is the booming rice plant that we got, just booming. And we will name it that to test it. Cotton plant is a booming cotton plant. And we'll also do this one as well. Because if the booming rice plant doesn't work out, then we want the winter booming plant. And since I interrupted your relaxation, go ahead and this book. And let me just put a light in here for everyone as well. Alright, got the tiled roof wall. Let's go onto the tatami floor. And The reason why I told Yoko to the book is yes, it does provide relaxation, but it also provides intellectual experience. So, might as well train both of those up simultaneously. What is your problem? Oh, yeah, you have a mangled scar. And Yoko has returned. So, let me see here. We're gonna do this. Oh, we can't do you because why? Because he's downed. Okay. I didn't realize that was a condition, but all right. Well, let's see if they survive. If they don't, then oh, it's because of their infection. No medical care. It looked like it is fairly close, 85 to 84.5, so they might still survive it. But if they don't, then we can take care of them. I mean, we can still just, execute them. And I don't think anyone will have a problem with that, because let's check our ideology here. A bunch of chat helped me make the ideology, so it's about as you can expect from the consensus of chat. So, ritualist, cannibals, supremacists, corruption is essential, cannibalism is required. But I can't remember. Alright, we don't care about execution. It's acceptable whether they are guilty or innocent. So, there we are. I'm just going to... I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see if their infection... Looks like the infection is gonna win. But I don't want to accidentally release their immortality with another immortal right next to them, because then it could go into that immortal instead of Yoko. But it looks like I might be executing them fairly shortly, because we had two of them so that we could have them fight. But, if they're going to still, get, like, destroyed limbs and mangled scars in the brain, we're gonna need more of them, or new ones. And, I don't remember what the percentage is. It's like 15%. There we are. They have died. They will be now put over in there. And we're gonna prioritize butchering. That way the immortal is the one killing the immortal. Gonna slow things down a moment. You should be fine over there. You don't get too close. And then, bam. Looks like the lightning is following Yoko around a bit. they receive some immortality from them. And now we can go ahead and say execute this one. And I'll probably assign Yoko to do it once they are done with this batch of food. They're like, oh, you have fresh meat? Just start cooking up some fine meals. Alright. I never did take away his equipment. Oh well. Alright, so executing doesn't actually cause that kind of a wound. So we'll do this once again before he gets back up. They're still just basic immortal. Another thing that we do get before I chop this guy up into bits, just like in Highlander, you do get some of their memories. So, like, each of these will give me a little bit of experience. If there's a passion, there's a like 5 or 10% chance that that passion will be passed on to Yoko. So as you can see, mining and crafting are at 2 stars. They started out with 1 star and everything because I wanted them to be an all-round character. Apparently they have received mining and crafting from somebody. And then this, as you can see, Yoko reached level 9 in intellectual. So now, they got lucky, and they got medical and intellectual from that guy. So as we find more immortals, Yoko will progressively become stronger and stronger. There are ways to make others immortal, but I kind of want each character to have like an individual what am I looking for? Like characteristics to set them apart. Some are going to be stronger than others, but like Nezu, since they are the medical and intellectual, I might go down here and grab the transponder from this mechanoid, turn them into a mechanator so that they can have their army of little robots to stay behind and protect the colony. But I don't want to do that until I have electricity. Because, well, robots don't do well without electricity, for one. But also, like, I believe the robots produce, like, waste packs or something like that. They produce pollution of some sort. And I want to make sure that I have at least some way to prevent that from spreading before I start gathering a bunch of it. I know that there are ways to, like, send it away or put it in a caravan, drop it somewhere, but I also don't want to start polluting the entire environment either. So, once I'm able to contain it, I believe they need to be frozen, so I'll get... Here's something I wasn't expecting. Infinite Kim reactor requires power. This is doing absolutely nothing for me. So much for that reward. Oh well. So I don't want to start getting waste packs until I have the ability to freeze them, which requires electricity and air conditioners or whatever. freezers. That person has left, so we can remove that. And we can speed things up again. Alright, what are people doing? You are doing something. You're stargazing now. You are studying the Void Monolith. So you're getting 0.6 experience every single time she does this. I think they can do this like 5 times before it runs out. And then we have to wait 2 days to be able to do it again. So really, we're not getting all that much from this. Which is a bit of a shame, because this person that we have in the Cryptosleep casket, they offered to join us a while back. They have the Occultist trait, which allows their study efficiency to be basically doubled. An entity studying efficiency up by 50%. So they would have been a great person to study the void stuff. Unfortunately, they came with a drawback. They had a crumbling mind. Like, their mind was rapidly decaying, and so we only had a couple days before it would become critical. And so in the meantime, we shoved them into a Cryptosleep casket until such time as we're able to find a cure for this, which, according to this, is a healer mech serum. But if I find, something comparable, then I'll probably try it out. I'll wake them up. I'll see if it works. If not, put them back in. That sort of thing. So, until we find a cure, they are currently sitting in the Cryptosleep casket. Alright, everyone looks like they are having some recreation. I'd like to adjust my kitchen a little bit, I think. Furniture. Or is it extra furniture? There we are. Low table. How much bone do we have? We have 460, so we have enough to build things with. So let's make this out of bone. Just set it off to the side for a moment. I will deconstruct this, deconstruct these, and we're gonna put in some of these Zaisu, which look to be like chairs without legs, so they work well with the low table. And they're comfortable, apparently. So like these have a beauty of 8, comfort of 0.75, compared to the stool, which is a comfort of 0.4. So it'll be more comfortable. You don't need 2 spaces to eat a meal off of. We can still fit 2 chairs around the smaller table. And with the way I'm going to set it up, I'm also going to make a chess table. Let me just put that off to the side for a moment. So we're kind of going to do a diagonal thing. So we're going to have the table in the far corner. We're going to have 2 chairs next to it. And then next to the 2 chairs in the opposite corner, we're going to put in the chess table. So it kind of is a dual function. Not that they're going to be able to eat and play chess at the same time, of course. But it, kind of looks like they would be able to. Alright, pick things up again. Eco got level 5 in construction, which is great. Getting better and better as we go. deconstruct these before we can move things around. But Nezu is already making use of the new table. Well, it looks like we're out of wood as well, once again. So as soon as this is all deconstructed, we'll do something about that. Nope, Nico got bored. They're gonna go read a book. Alright, that's gonna go there. I'm actually gonna slow this down. Pause it, I guess. While I do this. Install that there. This can go right here. That can go there. All right, we got new plant species. These are 88% grown. You know what? Let's go ahead and harvest all of this. And all of this. They're close enough to being fully grown. We don't need the entire 6 of it. I'll accept 5. And then remove the ability to sow more. Eventually they'll get around to it. Hello. Chimera's approach. Group of twisted animal-like chimera monsters have appeared nearby. The misshapen beasts will watch your colony, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They are skittish and may retaliate if provoked. So, 600 points used, which is not far from the actual number. Our adaptation factor is starting to run out. I think it finally runs out once we've been around for a full year. What do we have over here? There's 4 of them. This one looks like a boar. This one looks like a wolf of some sort. This one kind of looks like a saber-toothed tiger or something. So, I guess it makes sense. They are chimeras. They are strange things put together. Let's have a look, though. A huge creature that resembles a disfigured combination of a bear and other animals. It is vicious without limit. It is not known if this is a combination of natural animals or a poor imitation of animal life created by an insane machine mind. Alright, so these are new. They are an advanced one. Okay. I didn't know that could happen. I thought I would have to advance the Void Monolith before, you know, the more powerful stuff starts showing up. Can I contain one of these things? Minimum containment strength 70. Needed to contain properly an entity in chamber below. That strength will have a very high chance to escape. What is mine at? 73. So I could technically contain it. Also, they arrived over here, so they're likely going to attack from this direction. Alright, well, and new research available. Yielded new insights. You can now research the following Anomaly project, Juggernaut Serum. I've seen Juggernaut Serums for sale. I also have new music playing. Where is Juggernaut Serum? Oh, it's all the way at the end. Okay, we're not getting to that anytime soon. But still, just continue on as we are until it says that they're attacking. Should be able to handle 4 of them. Like again, I'm not going to build actual defenses until we start needing them. Besides, I have ablative characters here that will certainly go to the front lines if they need to. Alright, all of that has been harvested. We can now cut all of this. And once all of that has been cut down, we'll see if we can plant some new things. Oh, we're actually getting some rice out of those as well. That's nice. Alright. Now, going from the booming rice plant to the booming rice plant. So growth time 2.4, 1.92. It is stacking. So that's interesting. We'll have that planted. Yoko is now level 9 in cooking. Hold on. What is required for lavish meals? 8. I could start doing lavish meals. What is the difference between fine meals use 0.25 lavish meal? Okay, so we would get half as many lavish meals. So I'll wait until we're not, low on our food supplies to do that. Because we're about to have to go back down to just your basic meals. Alright, there's the floor researched. Oh, what I should do is... So workbench support? Yeah. Let's do this so we can start building some of these support benches that will help us craft things faster. No. I mean, yes, that is a good thing to do. I've been wanting to get Japanese cuisine researched for the longest time. I want to do that instead. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the Rimworld. Oh, are they approaching? No, they're still just hanging out over there. Alright, Ezu's gotten better at intellect. I guess they were playing chess in the darkness. And then another thing I want to do is tilled soil. So over here, I want to start a new growth zone. Something like this, maybe. gonna have a large growing area for trees. Oh, and the Khmers have begun their attack. Got 4 of them there. All right. They are attacking. I should probably draft everyone up. Line them up as I usually do. It should also designate this to be lined out so it's not like a line of sight problem. Everyone has a ranged weapon. We've got the insects as support. And they should be coming in this way. Right now they're just moving. They don't really have a target yet. They probably will shortly. It should start shooting. Oh, what was that? Rage speed. This creature has been enraged by its wounds and is moving faster. Pain times 0, move speed 175%, stagger time multiplier times 0. Okay, so we're not going to be able to capture these because not so much the stagger and move speed. So stagger time means that they will no longer be slowed down when we shoot them or hit them. Their move speed, of course, is almost doubled, but it's the pain times 0%. That means that you're basically going to have to kill them before they fall over. So, yeah, we're not going to be able to capture these at all. Oh, hold on. That's... Nope. Nope. Okay, never mind. I was thinking I could try to capture it because it was stunned, but no. Alright, undraft. They're all dead. Nothing. Allow that. Allow that. There we are. And animals need treatment. Got hit a little bit. Just a couple of crushed torso, left arm, and spine. You'll live it through. You'll be fine. Just go and rest up. Nezu will be there to attend to you shortly. And it's back to normal. So speed things up. Feed the Chimera to the Harbinger tree. And I think I need to add a new build for this to take care of entity corpses. What are you all doing? Okay, you're coming back to work on the soil. You're asleep. So, that wasn't so bad. Managed to take them out. And the insect girls took the brunt of the hits. So, frontliners are pretty good. Even though they can mostly all uh, use ranged attacks. So the designer of this mod that adds these in kind of made each one a bit of a separate type of attacker. Um, so the little small one here is your artillery. They have the giant stones that they can throw. They also have a smaller attack, so you don't always have to do it that way. Some of these are like snipers. They have a long range attack. Um, some of them are just, fast attacks that have a medium range. One of them, I think this one is just straight up melee. So they're the ones that are supposed to stand on the front line, take the hits. It's kind of a neat mod. I don't think it's too overpowered, but I also add a bunch of things that are stronger as well. So, I try to keep things balanced. I don't want things to be too overpowered if I can help it. Sometimes things, of course, sneak through, like the Zeva faction. I didn't realize that all of their stuff was like Spacer Plus. So, alright, plant booming rice. Oh, I suppose I need to allow them to do it as well. And once we have those planted, we can probably get rid of the previous version. So there we go, planting a bunch of it. It is fairly cold out, so they might not be able to grow all that quickly. I mean, it's already 3.5% grown. Oh, but it was going in 3.5% steps. So, there we go. Still, looks like they're easy to plant. And with the Japanese cuisine stuff, we're gonna need a lot of rice, I think. And this thing is already 14% grown. I'll wait until they're halfway grown to look at what has been planted. That'll definitely help out with our food supply for sure. All this has been cut out, so now I can add this as a growing zone. And we're going to plant fiber corn. We're basically going to do the same thing here as we're doing with rice. I just know that we also need a bunch of wood, so fiber corn doesn't really produce too much. Let's make sure we're not chopping this thing down. Okay. And I know that eventually we're going to be clearing away so many trees that we're going to need or want fiber corn nearby. Got really dark. Guess it's raining and it's nighttime, so that would do it. So one of the things that I've done, it is saying it's raining. All the effects that rain has on the game is actually happening. The only thing is it's not showing the rain, because I find that with YouTube compression, or maybe even Twitch, sometimes it doesn't look as good if it has a bunch of particles that it's trying to render. So I have added a mod that just removes the visual effect of rain. So it is still raining. It is uh, still possibly adding to mischance for shooting things. It's just not showing it. Quest available. Impressive construction. Person of interest, Claire Fox, of Tsunami family, is requesting that you build a monument to commemorate her own sincerity. The monument is 20 by 9 in size and will require these resources. Total value 1049. Any metallic, woody, or stone of 620. Any 250 stone. And any stone blocks or jade or equivalent 440. So quite a few blocks, like 1,250 plus another 60, so 1,310 blocks to be built. Needs to be completed in 14 days. Receive the reward when finished the construction. You have to protect it for 15 days or your populations will fall by 10. Now the things that we can get from this is we can get uranium weave, which this is a mod that I've added. It basically takes cloth and adds a bit of durability to it, so you can kind of have armored clothing. So if you don't want to, be like Snake up here and put on your recon armor, if you want to be more like Yoko and Nezu and just have, clothing, you can also add armor to it. It won't be as good as armor, but, it meets you halfway. And in addition to things like uranium weave, there's also silver weave, which, give it double the beauty. It still has some armor to it because it is silver, after all. Prestige marine helmet. We probably won't be wanting it because, again, I'm trying to keep equipment to people that can actually use it, and this would just look a bit odd on some of these other characters. Or we can get a social skill trainer, a Tale of White, which is a book for 200% recreation gain. You can get a profane soul gem, whatever that's used for. Used to bind the fading souls of the recently deceased. There appears to be something drifting listlessly inside it, as if trapped. So, a filled soul gem, if you're familiar with the Elder Scrolls. And a little bit of gold. Again, I think this last one, while it isn't the most valuable of the three, it is the most valuable to me. Not so much the soul gem, because I probably can't do anything with it. But the gold I will eventually need. I did say I wanted more books, so here is an excellent quality book to add to recreation, and a skill trainer for social. So you know what? I'll accept that. And then this will install somewhere. It's about this size. Can probably fit it right down here. We turn it this way. No. Doors are going to be on this side, I'm sure. And we can just kind of fit it in right there. So somebody will come along and put that in place. It has inspired trade, so the next trader that comes along will want to have them talk to the trader. Alright, so the last thing I usually place is the ground, because that always requires bricks of some sort. So like actual stone. Other things can usually be replaced with like concrete mix or bone or something I have a lot of just in spare. In this case, I think I'm going to go with neoconcrete. Um, yeah, I'm going to go with neoconcrete until we run out. And then the ground can be granite, since it looks like we have 232 granite blocks. Now I'm going to have to go back and redo a lot of this because I don't have that much neoconcrete. So they're just going to place whatever they can, build it up. As soon as they can no longer build any more of it, I will go back, cancel the other things, and then place it with some other material. Probably bone, maybe some of the other bricks that we have a little bit of. We'll see. I may also need to make more bricks, because it looks like we're running out fairly quickly and we've only covered half of the floor. I suppose it did say that we needed 440 and I only had 200 and some, so that would make sense. Something I could do is go over here and have them deconstruct all of this, just to give us more of that. And then of course they start building. 14 days is plenty of time for us to build this, especially if I focus on it. I'm sorry, needed to hydrate. Interesting, somebody planted an odd path of of this along the way. They didn't start at one end and go down, they just kind of meandered their way through the field, planting stuff wherever they decided. And then they probably just got bored. Or, maybe I told them to start building this. Okay, so don't botch that construction. I like these quests because it gives them, it gives you a reason to build something to give them crafting experience. Also, since it looks like most of these structures down here are neoconcrete as well, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, you decided to go rest. You came down here, deconstructed one, and you're like, I'm tired. What is everyone else doing? Oh, you're sewing more fiber corn. Okay. I guess I did tell you to do that before other things, so that's good. Again, I guess I don't need to be completing the project today. I have 14 days to complete it, so we'll get a bit of other things done in the meantime. Never did build a hospital. Never did build this place either. Let's... Yeah, let's go with floors. Floor like this. There. I need more trees. Decided to go to sleep before planting the entire field. I guess that's okay. A logging site nearby. Wood is heavy, so it's not really worthwhile to transport unless you have a lot of pack animals. Inspired surgery, that's no use to us at the moment. We don't even have a hospital. Oh, interesting. A couple more harbinger trees have sprouted. I didn't realize that this would make more than one. Well, that's good. Well, they'll expand this corpse stockpile zone a little bit more. Just means that we can hold more in later days to come. I'm gonna go deconstruct stuff like I asked. This is all taken care of. I could claim these and put them into the base. I just don't want to. Like, as long as I don't claim them, they shouldn't be a target for enemies or anything like that. And right now we don't need more than the one. If we do, we'll claim another one and bring it into our base or something. Alright, I'm gonna slow it down to normal speed for a little bit. I want to have a look at some of the things that we can make. So, I'm probably going to be making a bunch of neoconcrete eventually. It's, again, from one of the mods I added. I kind of like it a little bit better. It's a mixture of steel and stone. Of course, I have added a mod that makes it so steel is non-flammable. I know technically steel can burn at or melt at high enough temperatures, but except for a few specific things, most of the fires in this game technically wouldn't reach that temperature, at least not long enough to, spread fire across steel. So I have added a mod that does that. As far as the tailor bench goes, I think I was... Oh. I guess we did make face masks and never used them because I took care of that problem real quick. There are other things I can probably make in here that are worthwhile, like med kits once I have enough medicine. Medicine bag probably wouldn't be a bad thing, so that someone can carry around 20 herbal medicine in a bag. Repair kits eventually, but I don't need them right now. Dragonians. I'd like to see Dragonians in the game. I haven't seen them yet. They seem interesting. Because you can... They're like, animalistic, so they're comparable to wild men. Instead of recruiting them, you tame them, and then they become a colonist. Seems a little interesting. Protection orb. I guess that's just like a shield belt or something. I don't know. We have some interesting, highly expensive things to make. I guess I can leave those for a while. And there's some tribal stuff, Moyo stuff. Uh, Created plant species, that's great. Alright, so it doesn't really look like there's too much I want to build at the tailor bench yet. This is the art bench. So we can craft runes for the Revia. I don't know if I'm going to keep the Revia around. They are really good at combat. Like, they have toughness. They have damage reduction. Their skills are mainly focused on shooting and melee. So, you know, I might keep them around, but all their other skills suck. We can make sculptures, which we will need eventually. Once like things start appearing over on the right side of the screen saying, "Hey, your ideology wants these things," so we'll probably need a sculpture of some sort. We can make bonsai. So Aaron's Japanese furniture adds this. We can have little bonsais for decoration. And the Zen garden adds bonsai pots. So I guess similar to this, just from a different mod. Might have to keep that in mind to beauty up the place. Forge, or the smithy. A lot of weapons that we can make. We can make a harp here. I don't know why a harp is made at the smithy, but sure. Dragonian stuff again. Tiered bows. So this is a mod I added. Basically, the base bow is pretty worthless, and it just gets better as you go up. I will limit myself on building things to what technology I'm at. So at medieval, I would say I could probably build up to a tier 5. Tier 6 requires components, so I would say that's probably industrial. Probably industrial for the tier 7 as well. And then we start getting advanced components, which I would consider spacer. And then maybe ultra tech for the final bow. So I don't know if I'm going to be progressing the entire way. Because, like, okay, if I add this here, and look at the details, right here. So down here, you can see 22 damage per shot. It fires 4 shots, is 100% accurate. Aiming time is 0.1 seconds, and ranged cooldown is half a second. So that means you're going to be basically firing 4 shots every half second at a 45 range, which is comparable to a sniper rifle. 33% armor penetration, and 22 damage, which is equivalent to a little over half the damage that your torso can take in one hit. So there's a fairly good chance that with a burst shot of 4, you're gonna take somebody down with every attack, or they're gonna lose a limb, if nothing else. But the problem I have with it is it decided that the market value for something like this is going to be $536,000. So, unlike any other weapon in the game, which has a value less than its crafted components, this one has a value of probably 3 or 4 times or more of its crafted components, and this would make the enemies that come after me much stronger. So I don't know if it's worth making. I might try it out for a bit, like up to a tier 5. I think tier 4 is where it starts getting extra shots. So we'll see. Because, again, as you may have seen with the recipe, right over here on the right side, each one requires 2 of the previous bow plus a bunch of resources. So, in order to make a base bow, you need 50 wood. In order to make a tier 1 bow, you need 100 wood plus another 100 wood equivalent of 2 previous. For a tier 2, you need 100 wood plus 200 wood plus um, 200 wood. So, you're compounding the amount of resources that you need to get to like a tier 5. Like I tried this out. In order to make a tier 5 bow, I needed like 3,000 lumber just to make one of them. And then it inflated my value by a lot more than what the bow is worth. So, I was looking at other things to make. Sorry, we got distracted by the bows. We can make a katana, we can make various melee weapons. Okay. Ratkin stuff. So this is mainly for Nezu. Um, they're as far as the individual races, Ratkin and Yude are the lowest technologically, so they're medieval equivalent. So I have access to their stuff first, which is great. Unfortunately, one of them is in a casket, so I can't do anything with that for a while. Or I won't do anything with that for a while. But I can make a few things here. Just a few simple things. I don't need to yet. This looks like it's all just weather protection. Maybe a backpack of some sort. Yeah, carrying capacity 15. And a couple of prosthetics and another hat. I mean, psychic sensitivity minus 20. Alright, that's kind of funny. And then just some Ratkin weapons, just so I had. I'm not going to restrict everyone weapon-wise, at least by racial weapons. I will restrict them technology-wise. So, like again, this carbine that I have in here, I'm not going to use until we're much closer to industrial level. Just because, like, we're medieval. Granted, you know how to point and click with the crossbow, but carbine is a bit more advanced than that. So I'd be okay with like these crossbows or the enhanced crossbow, I guess. Looks like components can technically be used in a medieval faction. So there's that. I like some of these tools because like this will increase your mining speed and mining yield. So making one of those for somebody would make it so that they would get more stuff out of the things that they mine. Again, with some of these other utensils, it says it's a fork. I was thinking like the fork that you use to eat with, but it's more of like a pitchfork. So your harvest yield, your work speed for plants would be increased. Or a Ratkin hoe used for farming. Oops, keep clicking on the wrong button. Which, again, increases the stats a little bit more towards the yield than the work speed this time around. So I think I'm going to make one of these. We're going to let Nezu craft it since they're the best at crafting. Can go ahead and make it out of steel. Yeah. And then somebody can have a pickaxe because I know There's a good amount of compacted steel right there. There's some silver over here. I think there's more steel here. And, just scattered across the map. Um, didn't really make it that far, this stuff. I guess I did just slow down time passing, so. What are they doing? You're building a concrete wall? Okay, you are still pretty much working on this. But I do need more. Is this granite? We do make granite. So let's make some granite blocks. Start with 5. See if that's enough. Probably isn't. That's only 100 blocks, and we've used like 250. Some twisted meat is rotted away. That's fine. I think we probably put a bunch of it in the salting barrel to turned into corned beef, I guess. Corned meat. Still haven't gotten around to chopping down all the trees. Because again, I think they're mostly concerned with all of this. And deconstructing all of this as well. Alright, again though, I think I'm gonna have to adjust something because, well no, there, okay, so normally I play with a mod that adds more work in this tab. So as it is, construct and deconstruct are all part of the same thing. So normally that's not a problem. What is this? The venerated strong arc. You've learned that a relic of the madness is nearby. So one of our relics. Strong arc is an ancient object venerated by all cultists. If you could collect it, you could build a great reliquary to make cultists happy, track wealthy pilgrims, and bring more people to the madness. First, you need to find the strong arc. Watch for opportunities to gather information about it. Okay, so I'll accept that. And get things going there. So, the problem I have with the basic stuff is construction and deconstruction are both part of the same thing. They will deconstruct first before constructing. But since I've told them to deconstruct this stuff, as soon as they get enough resources to put into here. Sorry, we now have Japanese cuisine. Let's select something else. Basic beverages, sure, why not? Once they deconstruct these walls and have enough resources, they will automatically pick that up and bring it over here. So there's nothing I can do to make them focus on deconstructing before constructing again. Unless I like micromanage it. So like I could tell them, deconstruct. I could say deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, and just queue up a bunch of it. But that's a lot of micromanaging. And I prefer not to do that if I can help. So maybe what I can do is it available here? Allow selector. I want the other one, the forbid selector. Forbid them from doing any of that. So now, there we go. Now they will deconstruct everything first. And somebody will haul that stuff. That's what we have all the little pets for. And, you know, these extra 2 colonists. Alright. So now they've done all that. I can go ahead and allow all of this again. Because somebody should pick all this up, bring it in. Once it's in the stockpile, somebody else can grab it and bring it over to the work site. Oh. Yoko's harvesting. Didn't realize these were done. If I select similar, do this again. I thought I saw, it's hard to see some of these. So this one's productive, I might want to do that. This one's winter. This one's productive. Another booming. Let's cancel these. Productive probably would be good, but booming is good, so let's prioritize cloning this, and they can get back to that as soon as I do this. Alright, so we're gonna breed a booming rice plant, but we're gonna gotta do that. And then I'm gonna remove the winter one. We're gonna remove the booming rice one. That way we still have the double booming rice plant, just in case something goes wrong. We can plant it again and cover. And then these other ones, apparently, I forgot to tell them to plant that one. Sowing. What just happened? Divine Cheese died of the Profane Legion. Divine Cheese of Profane Legion. Okay, I guess that's their title. There is now a new person in that place. Okay. Harbinger Trees and Inspire Trade. Leave that up there as a reminder still. We haven't gotten any traders recently. Kind of got a bunch of them in a row, and then nothing. Alright, we're just building a few things there. And still haven't really built up this room. Too busy building the monument, it seems. Oh. Something happened to this tree. Well, chop it down. I have to find another one to replace it. There's one. Extract that tree. Alright, how's our neo-concrete? We're down to 10. Alright, so next thing it looks like we're gonna need is a few more granite blocks. Going to say make some neo-concrete, do it until we have 600. And then unpause when we're back down to 200. We can drop it on the floor. But of course, we need rock powder to create that. So I'll add a build for making rock powder. I'll do that until we have 10. And that way we'll keep it going for pretty much until it gets done. And once again, most likely Snake or Elo will be working on that. They're not necessarily the best at crafting. Well, Elo has a 9 crafting. They should be fairly good at it. Snake, however, has a crafting of 1. As we reach level 9 in construction. Great. I think a lot of things have a level 8 as a requirement for building, so I'm glad that has gotten up that high. We have somebody that can actually craft large monuments and stuff like that. I might do another void provocation though. Because we still have 3 that we haven't encountered. I don't know what they are. They seem somewhat Harbinger tree-like with their pointy bits everywhere. This one looks like it might be a shambler of some sort. You know, it looks humanoid in shape with Harbinger tree pointy bits. This one looks like it might be, I don't know. It's not like a chimera on 4 legs, but it looks like it might be like a larger humanoid of some sort. I don't know, like a colossus or something. Assuming these are all, you know, to size. Like obviously, not everything is going to fit, so the Void Monolith is smaller than it normally would be. But like, Sight Stealer is equivalent to what I've seen of it. Shambler is normal size. The Harbinger tree is that size. Chimeras are a little larger than that, but you know, this is a different category. A Deathpall, of course, is a cloud, and therefore is only a representation of what it is. So I suppose that could be these as well. You know, like those are only representations, not an actual object. Done making granite. And that's as far as we got. So we have 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 more granite. We get 5 for each of these. We'll make 4 of those. 3 should be enough, but I am thinking that they might botch a few of their crafters checks. So just want to make sure we have enough to cover the floor. Oh, prototypes of tea and coffee are ready. Wonderful. What I might do is, since rice is growing much more quickly at this point, I might cut this down to just 1 field of it. Did I not check the heal route? Hold on. Okay, none of it is evolved, so that'll just be like that. Alright, quest available. Selling to Lancer's campsite. Nearby settlement, Lancer's campsite, has a special trade request. They would like to purchase a 6 tribal ware of normal plus quality. If you want to make the trade, send a caravan with the requested items. The estimated travel time is 1.2 days. So they'll trade for or they'll give me a newspaper in depth about the events of the last couple of days. So this provides recreation. The thing is it only lasts a day before it is consumed. So it's kind of funny that that's going to be temporary. A skill trainer for crafting, that would be good. A tech print for jump packs is really good. Jump packs are pretty good because it allows you to cross distances pretty quickly, as long as you have a jump pack equipped. But again, this is like far down the line of things. Whereas a crafting skill trainer would be wonderful for us. So like Yoko here could get their 5 crafting up a lot. Nezu has a 12 crafting, so they're pretty good at it, but they only have 1 passion. They just have normal passionate, so they wouldn't get as much from the skill trainer. And then nobody else is worthwhile for getting a crafting. Well, this would be good as well, but since they have no passion for it, again, they wouldn't get much from it. So it'd be dependent on if I want to get my one really good crafter better at crafting, or get a second crafter up to that level pretty much immediately. In either case, though, this is a pretty good, a pretty good thing, and it would give me a reason to go visit the neighbors. So I think I will accept it, but we still have 7 days. And they want 6 tribal wear of normal quality. Now, I do have a lot of stuff that I can use. But here's tribal wear. It uses 60 fabric each time. So we need 360 of something. Now we have that in cloth, so that'd be fine. Granted, they have to be normal plus quality, so Nezu's probably the one that's going to be making this. And I thought there's like some way to set up do until X, that's what it was. Do until you have 6 of them. Count equipped, count tainted, no. Everywhere. We want normal or better. Only allowed ingredients. Pause when satisfied. No. Just stop when satisfied. And then they can drop it on the floor. So we can get started on that, because we have 7 days to accept it. And there's still just 1 day to travel. Which I think they will give us extra time once we actually accept it. I just want to make sure. Alright, so we do want to plant more booming heal root once all of this is done. This the next one isn't ready yet. It's apparently still growing in the potting thing. Oh, and Yoko is replacing all of the cotton, as I thought it would. Oh well. Yoko's too fast at replacing it. I didn't notice until half of it was already planted. That's too bad. No. Don't sow any of that yet. Wait until we've harvested this stuff. Actually, they're almost grown. I can harvest them. There it is. New plant. So, we'll place that with the new one. Go ahead and allow sowing on that. And this we're going to change over to tea shrubs. Let's see what this is all about. So, I think I looked at this earlier. Tea. If I do this, details. So again, this is I guess a social drug. But the fact that it's always safe, there is no addiction thing going on like that, makes it so it is. It meets the qualifiers for what I will allow my colonists to use. So, we're gonna probably have tea for recreational purposes at some point. Oh, most everyone's asleep again, so we'll speed up time. We have 3 over here. Elo is asleep up there. It's just Snape that's hauling granite blocks back and forth, and they finally went to bed as well. He goes up, getting some food, and then they're off to go craft a few things. Looks like one more batch of granite should be enough, but we're still making 2, just in case there's a botched check somewhere. Just 4 steel slags sitting around. Interesting. And we're still so busy that we haven't gotten around to chopping trees. But we're almost done with this down here. Yoko's gonna have to make some more food when she wakes up. Looks like we are currently out of meals. So you know what? Wake up and do some cooking real quick, please. Before someone gets hungry and decides to eat raw food. Oh, technique exploration. Hold on. Is that actually... Yeah, there we are. Getting experience for cooking things. Awesome. Just by cooking breakfast, we have progressed our research of tea. We are allowing sowing there. Nezu has dipped into our stash of corned beef to feed the animals. Maybe I should just Now let's do that first. Spike can join the fight. Maybe I should just hunt a couple of rhinoceros and omega sloth. Get a few more of these salting barrels put together. Although we need wood. That is something that's restricting us. Because we haven't gotten to the point of cutting trees down. Because we're building a structure and planting rice a lot. The High Chief died of the Goga Covenant. So they now have a new chief. Okay. Colonists are wearing tattered apparel. Azu, what are you wearing? That's tattered. That's 54%. That's almost tattered. 58. 48. So your headgear. Do we have any headgear that we can make? We can make a straw hat. Make a wool hat. Make some ratkin ears. I'll wait for a little bit. After this research is done, I think there's another ratkin research that I can do that will expand on the clothing. So, like if I go in here, I think there's high-class clothing, which has a bunch more things that I can make. Including what looks like some different armors and stuff like that. So I might be armoring Nezu up if things go well. Alright. Looks like they're hauling wood around from somewhere. Maybe they've... Oh, hello. Maybe I should pay more attention to my mini-map. Let's include this farming area and maybe these trees in our home zone. We'll do something like that. And then do something like this as well. So they'll put out the fires that are close by and hopefully start cutting down a lot of the plants to get a bit of a firewall going on. Although they have, gone off to do other things? Oh, 2 of them went to sleep, 1 of them went to train animals. Okay. Well, we're not in too much danger at the moment. We're just losing all the trees that I wanted to cut down. You know, that's all. Oh, there's still fire over here. Come on back. Okay, Yoko should be cutting down the plants. There we go. There. Now our farm is safe. Although, there's a lot of fire. that's that's getting rid of a lot of trees. It's kind of why I wanted to plant the fiber corn. But the thing is when there's less trees in one area, they will start growing in another area. That's why this area is so cluttered with trees. I've been cutting down trees over here so much that throughout the rest of the map, more trees have started spawning. And of course, this area has been hit by a space war that is dropping debris and everything down on it. So this was all on fire at some point. So, you know, a lot less trees through here than elsewhere. So that's the reason why some of these places have like dense placement of trees. But it's raining now, so all of it's been put out. Guess I didn't need to worry too much. We'll haul that though. We mined that out, so that's no longer in our way. Sleeping, you're fueling, doing a bunch of stuff that requires wood. Now that's like building the floor in here. Let's build a copy of this, build a copy of this, and a copy of this. That looks good. I guess we'll have one of these in here for a light. And then we'll set the owner to Elo. They can finally have a room of their own. And they don't have to go to sleep in the laboratory. Again, I'm not sure how long I'm going to keep these other two around. But we'll see. This is doing almost nothing out here. We have one in the kitchen already. So I'll put this one over by the research tables. Again, we're not... I'm not really paying too much attention to the corruption stat. Unless we have visitors or something. I haven't seen a benefit of it. So, like, if your corruption gets too low, anybody that's trying to convert you to their ideology will pretty much succeed automatically, and with a critical success. So it will 100% convert you to their ideology if you have a 0 corruption. As long as you have some corruption. Oh, you botched one of these. Well, there goes a bunch of neoconcrete. But we're making more. That's fine. So if you're in between 10 and 90, I think is the safe zone where people trying to convert you has its normal effect. So basically not much unless you have really weird modifiers or traits. And then if you go above 90%, you have a mental break. So as far as I can tell, other than, roleplay purposes, there isn't much benefit to the corruption. And I just have so much to do and so little people to do the things. I just haven't been able to stay on top of it because if they are outside of the range of these obelisks, which, by the way, looks like it's only a radius of 6. So you would need dozens of these all over the compound. Not to mention, they are ugly. They're -9 to the beauty of things. So, we don't even like looking at them. You'd have to have a whole bunch of them all over the place. And I don't know. It seemed neat to begin with, and just troublesome after that. But, I went for it because it fit the theme of what we were doing. Has anyone extracted that tree yet? And I asked them to. Yes. Let's replant that over here. Get our little triangle of cherry trees to view from at the scenic bench. So, funny thing about this, not the monument, but about the granite gravel, it has decided to use a flooring from the Zen. What's it called? Somewhere in here. I'm not seeing it though. Hold on. Is it decoration? There we are. From the Zen garden. So, as you know, Zen gardens are usually just decorated with like rocks and sand, and I guess rough sand. I don't recall ever seeing them with rough sand. I usually see just the fine sand, and then you have rake lines going through them. So now that we have all of this, I could start decorating it with lines and the gravel, which I might do. I don't think it will be bad, but we'll test it out once we're done building it and get our rewards. Also, didn't we get another skill trainer for something? Not yet. Alright, you are eating and then immediately start playing chess. Again, this is why I did this, is because it just seems neat that you sit down to have your meal, and while you're having your meal, you also have a sideline game of chess going. Oh, but Snake appeared, and Lizu was just like, no, we're done playing chess with you. I don't want to play chess with you. Alright, we're replanting this rice. And Nico's constructing this. Hopefully they don't botch the craft work again. Seems like they're doing good. There you go, level 6 construction. Getting better all the time. Just a little bit more to go. Like 20, 40. However much all of that is. And Nico improve their intellectual as well. Great. Alright, research finished with that. I think I said I wanted to do... Oh, didn't I do the normal clothing? Well, let's do the normal clothing then. I thought I had already done the normal clothing. I guess not. You guys aren't doing too great. What's going on? Oh, we're missing the Eldritch stuff that we want. So this has finally come about. We're finally doing well enough that uh, they want the what is this? Well, they want a couple of sculptures first. So the insane form is a normal sculpture. I think we also have a larger one that we want, so that can be built at an art bench. Uh, they need to be in a room that's at least 5 by 5 or 25 tiles. Doesn't necessarily need to be square, as long as 25 tiles are in the room. No beds allowed, no work facilities allowed. And sometimes it requires pillars, which apparently they don't want for this. So it looks like we finally want a couple of these things. So an Eldritch Shrine. If I open this up, the one that they actually want, like we have a small altar, medium, large, and a grand altar. But the one that they want is the grand altar Eldritch Shrine, which is what? Hold on. Which is our ideology. We got a pod sprout over here. Could harvest it. I'm probably going to leave it alone because I don't need dryads. And Snake has decided to pick out on food because they're in a bad mood. The last straw was that they slept in the cold. Oh, how's our food? 831. I guess that's okay. Snake can go ahead and pick out all he wants, or all she wants. The thing is I have a mod added that allows you to go over 100%. So they're now at 200% food, but now they're full on food, they're stuffed. So now they're moving slower, and now they're eating slower. So 40% slower eating, 15% slower movement. Now they're going to come back here and eat again. And now they're full to bursting. Now their movement is down by 20% and eating is down by 50%. That's as far as it goes. Like 300% is as high as it goes. But, you know, they're still going to eat up to that. However, it kind of slows them down ever so slightly. Not that it seems to really matter. You know, they take twice as long to eat, but they still eat quite often. But that's okay. They can do that. Oh, we're putting on a roof. Just have one little bit of wall to build and one column. So that's 20 there and 5 there. So 2 more craftings of neoconcrete, and we should have everything we need. Nezu's over here crafting something. They're finally making it to the pickaxe. Who is our best mining person? So Yoko has a passion for it. They're at 5. There's a mining of 4. There's a mining of 5.4. 0. 3. And of course 0. So it looks like Nico or Yoko. Yoko is probably going to be very busy with cooking and planting a lot. So I think I might give it to Nico as soon as they're done. Oh, and it's an excellent quality as well. It doesn't improve the yield or anything, but it improves damage and probably the armor penetration, so it makes for a decent weapon as well. Now Nezu is making the tribal wear that we want. Alright, before you haul that away, here, equip this as a sidearm. So I have a mod added that allows you to have a primary weapon, and if it's small enough, you can wield a sidearm as well. So they will use a gun, in this case, while they're at range. If something comes into melee with them, they will switch to their pickaxe. And then I also have a dual wield mod, so you could technically wield 2 pickaxes. Before you go do that... Oh, we're not done with this one? I thought I saw somebody drop some stuff off for it. Okay. So you could basically dual wield pickaxes, or, you know, equivalent weapons, or pistols, or something like that. So, it's a bit fun. Of course, there are penalties, a little bit of accuracy penalty, a little bit of attack speed penalty in the case of ranged weapons. I don't think melee has attack speed. I think it is just standard attack speed for no matter what melee weapon you're using. I could be wrong, though. Alright, growing zone 1. Probably want more heal. Yeah, that's what we want. There we go. You are the closest. Use this real quick. Okay, that is all that we've gotten. All of this is now mostly grown. What do we have? Beautiful and booming. Well, guess what we're doing again? We're getting booming rice plant times 4. Nezu, what are you doing? You're reading a book. I was going to say, where's our other book? But we haven't completed the quest yet. Also, how are we doing on the tribal bear? We've made 1. Ah, Nezu's here. Go ahead and cut that. And we'll not allow that. Oh, monument is complete. That's what Nezu was doing. Monument completed. Don't get it damaged for 15 days, which is an entire quarter of a year. Or we lose goodwill with that. But we got rewards for that. Skill Trainer Social. So I think Nico was supposed to be the social person, but they don't have any passion for it. And I think Yoko is close behind, but so is Nezu, but also no passion for it. I might give it to Yoko, just because they would get more benefit from it. So let me not allow that for a moment. Oh, we got the book. Let's haul it quickly before it starts deteriorating. Thank you for hauling all of that in. Should put it on the bookshelf eventually. There you go. Just had to cook some food first. There we are. Second book on the bookshelf. Now it provides a 1.6% bonus, but of course you're going to remove a book to read, so this will drop back down to a 0.8 bonus. Let's use this real quick. before I forget about it. So there we are, using that with a passion in it has raised their skill up to a 12. So now Yoko's pretty much the best social character in the colony. And, you know, a lot of this is going to happen like this because just the way the immortal mod works, you know, as I find more immortals to get their powers from, I will slowly get Yoko's power or your skills higher and higher. Bit of a slowdown for saving happens. How's the Devil Strand going? We're at 71%. Except for the ones that died recently, they're at 30. Oh, but... okay, none of them have a special ability. How about this? I think I looked at this before. This was a beautiful one, so not really what we're going for. Because it's not the items that you make from it that will have extra beauty. It's the actual plant that would have more beauty, which is good, but not what I'm going for. The fiber corn. Fiber corn is, again, halfway grown, so let's have a look here. Out of these selected, I'm looking for booming. Flexible. There's a booming one. Let's... oh, I've already selected it for being clipped. Let's cancel all of this. Cancel that one. That's the one that I want. What are you doing? Playing chess? Go ahead and prioritize that. Don't allow sewing. Now back over here. Start growing this. Right, this is going to be the ×4. And this will be booming as well. We can get rid of this one at this point. Field cotton, rice, fiber corn. Okay. It's all good. Getting better crops as we go. Oh, and some of this is harvestable. All of 2 plants. All right, there you go. Now you're back to, I guess you needed to plant or harvest something instead. They require a high level of planting in order to plant, so I think Yoko is the only one that can plant these. Maybe Nico can as well. But now we have 150-ish. Decided to go to bed before finishing this up. Okay, fine. That is one drawback of letting them do whatever they want, is they do whatever they want. I could restrict them to do work at certain times and whatnot, but I don't really feel like it. I'll let them do what they want, unless it is directly conflicting with something you need done. I only have one animal left to train in the hauling, so that has reduced the amount of time that we're spending on the animals and giving us more time to do other things. Do want these artistic things. So let's have a look. So an insane form is this one. So normal size sculpture or large sculpture, if you're looking at what it looks like. Can make it out of 100 metal, wood, or stone. We can make it out of most anything that we have. But let's go with bone. Because again, it kind of fits with what we're doing. And do I want to make it? Nobody is really good with artistic, but Elo seems to be the highest, so congratulations, Elo. Get to do something other than research or making stone. Get to make a statue. And then as far as our quest goes, expires in 2.5 days. Let me accept it and see if they give me more time. Okay, so accepted it for the skill trainer. Now we have 23 days to make this, which is quite a long time for just a 6 tribalware. We made use of that. I'm gonna move that because Nico has 6 hours left and no trader has come to our place in the last 8 days. Which means I will, once we have all of this, the tribalware crafted, we're going to be going out and visiting some of the neighbors. Extra bedroom. We are done building it. It is almost bare minimum. There are actually, we can do a few more things. Hold on. We do have decorations. Let's put a human leather teddy bear on the bedside table. Maybe put in a flower for decoration. Right there. Maybe one there. Get a insect jade teapot. Just right on the table there. Actually, cancel. Let's put it on the kitchen counter instead. Table's a bit small for it. We could make buckets and barrels for some reason. There's a bunch of carpets and like boundary stuff. I might take a look at that at some point, but I think as we progress through the medieval and into industrial, I might be switching this stuff out for some new stuff. We'll see. I'm just going to progress as we go. These are not what I thought we were. Oh, right, I was waiting for them to grow up before planting the next one. And there we are, ratkin clothing. Let's go ahead and search the high-class clothing while we're at it, since it's right there. And then once they get that harvested, switch this over. Is it not done? Let me check this. Oh, there's a ×4. Oh, I'm blind. That's all. So we have a ×4. We'll leave that until we have ×4 planted. More than just one, please. There we go. Okay, more than just 2. They're doing this again. There we go. Yoko's getting it done. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, growing it on the bench here is what adds it to the list. So, even if all of this died off, we'd still be able to plant this strain of rice anyway. So, let me go back over here and remove this one. Don't need it anymore. However, this group has grown, so let's see what we have here. Winter trait? Sure. Let's prioritize that. And don't allow sowing. Go do something else. I don't want one that's not grown like all the others. Oh, but we do have a quest. The quest, Hidden Structure Examination. Cosbo, a high stellarch of the Shattered Empire, has discovered an ancient complex in a long distance away. She believes it contains information about the relic known as the Strong Ark, which is the relic that we're looking for. They can't spare people to look into it, but hopes you can help by supplying exactly 4 colonists to carry out the investigation. The complex contains unknown threats and is also being sought by Cosbo's enemies, Poplom. She will send a shuttle to pick up your colonists, bring them to the complex, and take them home afterward. They will be fed and tended to en route. Once you have landed, you must hack all terminals in the complex within 4.7 days. So, I don't want to get rid of this, but I don't want to accept it yet either, because 4 of my technically 6 colonists are going to have to leave to take care of this. One of them is in permanent bed rest, which means that in order to do this quest, I would have to leave this place guarded by a single person. Who that would be, I don't know. It might be Nico or Snake. Probably Nico, since they are really good at shooting. And the animals will, of course, stay behind to help as well. So, I'm not too worried about it. But that means that the other 4 have to go to the area, which from, what is this, relations? Oh, toward goodwill. Oh, or natural goodwill. From what I've done before, this is always going to be a quest up in the Arctic. So it's going to be cold. We should be fine. We do have, warm gear in Nezu's case. I think Nico is the one that didn't have warm clothing. so we should be fine. And for the most part, a lot of people can stay in the shuttle if need be to prevent themselves from freezing. Monolith study progress. Nezu has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. She believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, she is unsure where it connects to. She's convinced that by studying more anomalous entities, she can find a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. Monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Okay, so before it was providing 0.6, I believe. So now 0.75. So a little bit more. Not that much more, but you know, an improvement is an improvement. How's that doing for our anomaly research? We're about halfway, 5.7 out of 10.2. Got a ways to go, I think. It might go faster if we actually had an entity to capture. But that'll be for later. How many tribal ware have we made? Oh, you've completed it. Okay. In that case, let's head out in a caravan. Hold on. Where are we going? That might help. Lancer's campsite. Jump to Lancer's campsite. Okay, so it's this one. I probably should have checked before actually accepting the quest, although it did say it was like 1.2 days away or something like that. So, we're going to form the caravan. We're actually going to head here first. I'm going to take Yoko and her entourage of pets, just to give us a whole bunch of carrying capacity. Actually, cancel. Before we do that, I forget that this exists. So this is a leveling mod that I've added. Every time somebody does something, they earn experience. So, you know, if you're doing research up here, or if you're cooking, or if you're crafting, every point of experience you get also adds to experience in here. Every time you reach a certain number of experience, so in this case 718, get another point to spend. The 718 would then increase by some amount that I don't know off the top of my head. And then you'd have to get that much to get the next point. And so it's an ever-increasing amount of experience needed. I haven't spent any of this. So I have, you know, just 70 points, 57 points, 150 points for Yoko. Yoko's been doing a lot of stuff that I could be spending in different stats. So I think I'm going to spend a few of them at this point. So just going to make everyone a little bit all round. I don't need to probably be spending an intelligence and charisma for Snake. But, you know, strength, dexterity, and agility are certainly good ones for them. So I'll at least spend in the first 4, which are physical stuff. So they will be able to, you know, do... let's have a look here. So strength increases melee damage, carry weight, and affects hard work. Dexterity affects melee and range accuracy and delicate work. So I think that's the difference between dumb labor and skilled labor. Agility affects movement speed, so you can get faster. Your evasion rate and melee and aiming speed. So the higher your agility, the faster you aim. That sort of thing. Constitution, as it sounds, will affect a damage reduction, immunity gain speed, and some simple or artwork. Simple work or artwork. Okay. But I guess I don't know what the difference between delicate and hard work is. Intelligence, of course, affects tasks that require knowledge, like medical care, research, that sort of stuff. And then charisma affects things related to animals and social. So, for the most part, I try to, again, spread these points out fairly evenly. That way they're not getting too powerful in any one category. Oh, add that there. Go. But the physical ones usually come first. I'm just doing this. Adding 10 points at a time by holding down shift. Otherwise I could add them one at a time. Just everything up to like a 10 or a 20. And Saburo has learned nothing because they are asleep. And then the same that can be done for the animals as well. Now the animals don't need intelligence or charisma, so I just spend them in the physical stats. So the reason why I'm doing this now is because this is going to affect how much they can carry to our next place. And just a little bit more. There we go. All right, now if I form a caravan, you can see their numbers have gone up a little bit. So again, we're going to take that one and these 5. Petty is bonded to Nico, so they'll stay behind with Nico at the base. Now we can carry 312 kilograms. So we're going to take some berries. Going to take a bunch of insect dew because we can't really do much with it. It's worth a decent amount, so this is also adding to our colony wealth. So I want to make sure that I keep that down, and it's useful to give away or to trade, because it's worth a lot. All of these various leathers we're going to sell off. We're going to keep the dread leather and human leather, though, because that seems to fit our colony a little bit better. Ambrosia don't need right now, but eventually I probably will. The ebony I'm going to sell off because I keep getting a bunch of it and don't really use it. These corrupted seeds are worth nothing, so I'll probably plant them somewhere. The soul gem, though, will take to sell. Bunch of other stuff as well. Take the redwood because we don't want like small bits of things that we're not actually using. Select all of that. I'm gonna keep the tiny pencil and the paint tray because they seem to have a use. All the way down to the bio-coated staff. We're gonna keep the staff because that is Saburu's staff. They arrived with it, so just keeping a hold of it until they can use it again. This shotgun we're probably going to discard on the way. Just want to get rid of it. The grenade launcher and the fire beast are really expensive weapons that we've given as a gift for helping out some colonists that stopped by. And then the rest of this down to here can bring with. I'm gonna leave these two rabby things because their clothing is starting to get tattered, or will start to get tattered. Bring this stuff, and I think all of this. So that gives us 190. Is there anything else that we want to take? Not really much of the food. Want to keep that. We're doing okay there. Marble, limestone, and granite. Let's just go ahead and take those as well. We'll take this redstone. It doesn't look like it's worth anything. It might be. I don't know. It doesn't say 0 as some other things are. But I might also discard that on our way as well. So that should be good. It's going to take us 1 day to get there. Don't allow most of the food caravan. That's fine. We'll get stuff along the way. And now we'll gather up everything and head out. So Yoko's gonna grab a little bit of food, or a lot of it of food, some items, and put them on the various insects to haul, and then away we go. Caravanning out, finally going somewhere other than this map. Now I know a lot of people don't like caravanning, and part of the reason is because in the normal game, places are so far apart it takes 4 to 6 days to go to the closest place. But I'm playing on a small map. As you can see, the hexes are quite large compared to your standard map. So that makes this a little bit better. That's why our nearest neighbor is 1 day away. Granted, we are moving through the mountains, so that's probably half a day or maybe more just to get to the road. And once we hit the road, we'll be traveling faster. Eventually, when we actually, here, let me just demonstrate something. Let me go. Need to go out of that. If I form another caravan, tell it to go here. Let's just say hello. We'll give them a simple meal because we're just sending them outside. Confirm. I'll go in, grab their meal, maybe eat a meal. No, I'm just gonna eat the meal once they get to their destination. So we're sending them out because one of the things I can do is I can start building roads. And so I can start connecting my home to other places. So we're just basically traveling to this first point. As soon as we get there, some of these will light up here down at the bottom. Oh, what is this? A faction. Fox Alliance offers... English here is a little bit mixed up. Hold on. A faction. Fox Alliance offers to you a deal. So the Fox Alliance is offering me a deal. Expect heavy danger and medium difficulty. There's a temporary camp of their enemy faction in the region. The Republic asks you to make it disappear, which means eliminating all enemies and turrets for the reward worth 3,000, which is apparently 2 current ghoul facts, whatever those are. Also, success will improve the relationship with the Republic. Management wants to see the tactics you use to achieve your goal. You will not receive any reward if you do not enter the camp and, like a coward, wipe it off the face of the planet with some high-tech weapons that instantly kill settlements. This is not interesting at all. Okay, so they don't want you to instantly vaporize a target. Not that I can do it with my current level of technology, but still. Alright, have you arrived? You have. Okay. So now we have a road construction site that I could start. And I can make a dirt path or I can make a dirt road, which would cost 120 wood. Dirt path is free, so let's do this as the example. I could set it there. Do that. So now we've set up a construction site to build a road from this tile back to our home tile. So we select the caravan again. It is a second spot here. So this is the road construction site. It requires 300 work. And if we let it go like this, LO currently starts working on it, and it slowly counts down from 300. Once that is completely done, we would then have a dirt road going from this mountain tile to this mountain tile. I don't know if a dirt road is going to help us at all, but I don't necessarily want them to just be working on it right now, so I'm going to send them home. I just wanted to demonstrate how that worked. Alright, the new quest has become available. It's called Agnes's Damaged Shuttle. The shuttle of the Shattered Empire's taken damage and is seeking a place to land. Its commander, Agnes, wants to land at home, which is what I've named the base. Because I'm bad at naming things. This is my home, that's what I name it. Pirates from Zeke's cockroaches will attack the crash shuttle site and attempt to kill its occupants. You must defend them. The shuttle contains Agnes, another civilian, and one cataphract. The commander and civilian must be rescued, but the cataphract may be sacrificed. After 8 hours, a rescue shuttle will come to pick up the survivors. You need to get them all on board within 12 hours. And for this, you can either get an Eltec shirt, which is for psychic stuff. You can get 3 advanced components, which we do have 4, but 3 more wouldn't be a bad thing. Or we can accept for Glitter World Medicine and Plasteel. And we only have 12 hours to accept it, because, you know, they're in a ship that is inbound, so not much time before it crashes. However, I just sent, you know, 1 character and most of the animals away. So we would only have 5 people, 4 people to protect it. So, might be a little more difficult than usual. But why not? Let's accept for Glitter World Medicine, because Glitter World Medicine is great. It has 160% potency. It bandages up multiple wounds simultaneously when treating injuries. So, you know, if somebody's bleeding out, you don't just apply 1 bandage to 1 wound. A Glitter World Medicine will apply like 5 bandages. I don't know the exact number. I'm just throwing a greater number out than 1. It's worthwhile. So I'm probably going to accept this, even though the components are really good. So let's do that. We're going to be landing right over here. So likely enemies are going to be coming from over here. The shuttle will arrive in 8 hours. We have to protect them until then. Elo is currently on her way back. She might get back before we have to protect these 3 or these 2. Which ones are the ones we have to protect? These 2. This is the one that we can sacrifice, who has an incendiary laser. So this is another mod I added in. It added in a bunch of laser weaponry. I'm not sure if it's balanced or not. It just seemed cool to do at the time. So these may or may not be overpowered. I guess we will see. I'm gonna let Nezu get a little bit of rest before we approach. And apparently, while this is going on, a couple shamblers have decided to show up. Just gonna check real quick. They're just normal everyday shamblers. I'm gonna leave them alone for now. Leave this up here so we don't forget about them. But I might be able to capture one and put them in a holding spot to study. But they are undead. They feel no pain. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to capture them. When pain times 0% means that you basically have to kill them to stop them from fighting. Alright. Hopefully Elo doesn't come in from the south. Hopefully they come in from the west. Well, good job, Elo. At least you are not right next to them. Alright. Shuttle arrives in 5 hours. At this point, it's probably okay to just draft everyone up. Bring them out here. Enemies should be arriving shortly. There we are. There they are. They've actually appeared further south than I thought. So they're going to be coming in through this area because this is blocked off. And they're not close enough to any other enemies. So it's not like we'll be getting any help from that. So now everyone's out here. We're going to slow things down to normal speed. We're actually going to kind of angle ourselves like this. Now, what are these guys equipped with? We have knives, we have revolvers, we have a machine pistol. We have dual knives, so this is somebody dual wielding. There's a slight chance that it happens occasionally. And then we have just a wooden club. So, this guy and this guy seem to be the major problems because they have guns. And Calixta has decided to be on the wrong side of the ship when the enemies arrive. So get over here. Come on, buddy. There we are. Join the ranks. Welcome. Oh, they're moving forward. We'll let them tank stuff for the moment. Interesting. What was that? Oh, you're an impid. Impids have fire spew. Seem to be doing okay. And now they're running away. Do I want to chase them? I mean, I'll shoot at them while they're trying to run. Almost got him. He's kind of tough. No, he doesn't take reduced damage or anything. Oh, he's immortal. Well, that changes things. You immortal? You are, but you're a ways away. Oh well. How about you guys? No? Nope. Only got one of them at least. This guy's head was cut off, so even if he was immortal, wouldn't be now. Alright, allow everything. As you can take care of this real quick. And there's the third one right there, just because you need to use all its charges before it starts recharging, which is kind of silly. There should be a recharge per use. And you don't really need, so I'm just gonna finish you off here. No, guess we can't. There we are. I think they need a high enough melee skill in order to do that. So we'll do that. You're done here. Go back to doing that, and the other guy is left by now. Alright. Shamblers are still over there. Their shuttle is arriving in an hour. You are probably tending to your wounds. All you got were burns and bruises. So you're fine. We're all coming back here to do various things. Somebody should start hauling the bodies in, because I want this one. It's haul urgent. Rescue shuttle has arrived. Waiting for Calixta to finish their meal and I guess bandage themselves up. They have 12 hours before the ship leaves without them. And then eventually this will be for me to deconstruct. There they go. Got our rewards right here. Rimworld medicine, plasteel. And now we can deconstruct this as well. I gotta make sure that Nezu doesn't do this. So we're going to suspend that for the moment. Manhunter pack. Pack of man-hunting rats have entered the area. Driven insane by the disease known as scaria, they roam the region hunting for humanoid flesh. They won't attack doors unless they see someone go through the door. Hide inside and you'll be safe. They also won't attack powered-off turrets, so turn turrets off to save them. They'll leave the area in a day or two. You can hide and wait them out, or fight them. I'm probably going to fight them. Although they are rats, so there's 14 of them. And of course they are going to attack immediately. From that corner though, they might split up. How's this going? Still going there. Yoko leaves home and everything starts happening while they're gone. They're missing out. Alright. Wait until Nezu gets this stuff back. So an interesting thing about the camera mod is added like these little triangles down at the bottom. It's supposed to add things for these. Oh, look at that. It considers shamblers to be humans. Look at all the misses. Well, then again, been bitten a lot. So I doubt those are actually missing. Yeah. I don't know what's going on there. I think the mod is having a little trouble, but it's a minor thing, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. It's supposed to be showing damage numbers. Maybe they just weren't doing enough damage to be showing numbers, and so is considering them missing. Alright, let's draft up again. Line up here. Sorry for waking everyone up again, but you know how it goes. The Shamblers seem to have brought these guys further east than they could have been, so they are all coming up the southern direction right through here. So, like, that's our... Oh, you're using a pick? Don't use a pick. Hold on. Use a ranged weapon. There we are. Use the ranged weapon as your default, and then switch to the pick when things get close. So these have a great range. We have two of them at that range, and then this bow is short range, just like the other one. And then this is a pretty decent range, almost as far. Come the rats. Around the corner. Snake, back up a little bit. Or get bit. You back up as well. Now they're coming for Eco Nezu. Let's back up. Oh. Hello is down. Eco, you should be fielding a pick at this point. Then, Hello is crawling to safety. 5 hours. Wow. Just got a whole bunch of scratches. Alright, everyone undraft. Nezu. Rescue. And then Hello is allowed medicine. So he'll take care of them. Not getting this medicine though, which is starting to deteriorate because it's left outside. So, and this is why you use medicine. See, 5 things were just healed by that. A snake over here just got a crack. What are you doing? You're re-equipping your bow. You're like, oh, I'm not gonna die in the next 5 hours. I need my weapon back. But no, you're gonna die in the next 14 hours instead. Do you not have bed rest set? You do. I don't know what they've decided to do. I like the new mood bars though. Oh, the caravan has arrived. Let's do some trading. So... Alright, so the tribal wear you don't want to sell. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Sell all of that, sell the gem. They will buy the wood for some reason. It's great. Sell all the dew. Keep the berries, that's probably what we're eating. Keep the rice as well. Do they have anything we want? Have hot chocolate. Death rest capacity. What I'm looking for is a healer mech serum. That's the main thing, or something similar to help out our incapacitated person. Side trainers. Working on the essence of innovation in the Architects of Tomorrow's sector. This teaches printing and terrain rehabilitation. That's actually pretty good. So I'll grab that. They have a drill arm. That could be nice. An extra dexterous appendage. That's really expensive. Artificial nose. Some weapons. Submachine gun. Grenades. Eye patch. Just for style, I guess. And then a bunch of clothing. Prestige recon armor. Again, probably not going to get normal stuff. Hey, look, a jump pack. I was talking about those earlier. Just have a look at what all they sell, though. Gold would probably be good. Some bonsai pots for decoration. Oh, do they have... Do not. I was hoping they had a telescope for recreation, but it doesn't seem like it. But we have brought it down by buying the book. We brought it down to what they can afford to pay us, so we'll go ahead and accept that. Our weight is still under the 312, and trade. Visit. think visit is what we want. Obviously not attacking. That's not what we want. Alright, researched high-class clothing. Let's move on to ballista. Or piercing weapons. One of these two. This will allow us to build a ballista, so let's do this first. And then we can go on to the prerequisites for the other stuff. Shamblers are now dead. Shuttle has crashed. At least I think they are. Yeah. I don't think I got one rat. Looks like we still have some of these, so we'll finish those off. You have randomly gotten the plague, so we'll set you to herbal medicine. Everyone's asleep, except for the person that should be in bed. You know what? Set that to medical. You rest until healed. And the caravan arrived. See? Once we hit the road, it goes much faster. Fulfill trade offer. Yes, confirm that. Quest completed. I guess they gave us the stuff. Yeah, there's a skill trainer, there's the profane gem. We'll sell the gem back to them, of course, we don't need it. Let's see if they have anything that we want. Advanced component might not be a bad thing. Depth weave could be. Now let's grab one of those for research purposes. 64 brain cell. Or brain crystals. Yeah, that's interesting. So, the reason why this is interesting is all rabbies have a brain crystal that forms inside their brain. So in order to have brain crystals for sale, you would have had to harvest them from the skulls of rabbi. So in this case, it looks like they have killed 64 rabbi in order to get these brain crystals. Granted, the rabbi are enemies at the moment, so, you know, maybe they just killed off a bunch of raiders or something. Steel might be good. They have 3 different tech prints. Gene packs are too advanced for us right now. So our archived capsules. Side trainers, not what we're looking for. Grotesque innovations path for XF base tech. That sounds like something I don't know of. Like, that sounds like a mod, like from the Zeva faction or something, so I don't think I want that. Tale of White has a recreation of 160%. Might get that, just because it's another book. Bionic Tail 4,500 for that. I know, I believe one of them lost a limb. I think it was a tail, I can't remember. Bastille stuff, auto pistols, homemade submachine gun. Okay, other various weapons, armors, psychic insanity lance, that'd be good. Gold. Hey, there's a telescope, we'll get that. But nothing else that we really are looking for, I don't think, other than steel. That goes steel. Uranium might not be so bad, but it's expensive. Plasteel is really expensive. That's going to be more than we can carry. Maybe if we go by tens or fives. No, I'm looking at the wrong number. It is going by tens. Oop. Wasn't looking at where I was clicking. Drop this back down to 10. It's a good amount of money. We'll buy that, and then we'll head home. Okay, you need to wake up. You need to haul this before it deteriorates too much. I know it'll be a while before it breaks completely, but I don't want to leave it just sitting out there. And then yeah, I guess tend to Elo first. They are bleeding out in 11 hours after all. Get that taken care of. Once more. That should probably finish up all of what needs patching. Alright. Get some more herbal medicine. That's fine. I want them to carry some around at all times. But then I want you to prioritize cooking. Because we are out of meals. Manhunter has gone back up. I guess it wasn't doing so bad after all. Gonna cook up a couple meals so that when people are finally awake, Elo is hungry, Snake is hungry, Nezu's going to be hungry. Abilities recharged. Wonderful. Don't know where that other rat went. Oh, it's right up there. It's gonna go for Nezu, seems. Or not. Alright, that should be good enough. Get some food. Can speed up time at this point. Oh, they decided to go back to sleep. Well, that's fine. Nico, however, should feed Elo, since they are resting in bed. Finally, at least. This reminds me that I need to build a hospital. Never did get around to doing that. We got to visit the neighbors finally. Defenses are still okay for the moment. We haven't run into anything that we couldn't handle. So. Right. Forgot that we had an immortal. Let's go ahead. We're already in melee. Snake, please get closer so you don't shoot Nico. Alright, Never mind. Problem taken care of. This is funny. So the human just did 2 bruises, but the rat that was there did so much more. Just goes to show that the rat's the more dangerous threat. Granted, it's still no immediate danger. The fact that it scratched and caused actual injuries means that there's a chance that that could get infected, whereas the bruises are just bruises. There's nothing going to go bad about that, at least as far as Rimworld is concerned. I do know that, if you get bruised enough, like, a bruise is not always just a laughing matter. It's basically internal bleeding. So, if your body can't stop bleeding internally, that's a bad thing still. But, as far as Rimworld is concerned, it's not a bad thing. But I just realized I've been going for a very long time tonight. We're going on about 7 hours now? Wow. This is getting close to one of my longest streams I've ever done. Right up there with the first episode of Pokemon Scarlet, because I was trying to find a good place to stop for that game, and just kept going on with the introduction and kept going, and I intended to stop at about 3 hours, and suddenly it was, well, not suddenly, eventually it became 7 hours, because it was introducing people, it was getting you into the game, and there just wasn't a good place that would just cut it off at a weird moment. So I ended up playing for 7 hours, almost 7.5 hours on that. Oh, okay. Before we go, doing something there. Let's go over here, use the potting bench. Once again, booming cotton can breed with winter. There we go. Get that done. Everything else is just fine. Goes feeding a package meal to Elo. Alright, so we didn't get everything done, but we did get a decent amount of it. What are you doing? Oh, you're hauling the last rat. Okay. Alright, so Yoko is on their way back. Everyone is not necessarily in the happiest mood. We don't have any human meat around at the moment. We have some in waiting, a couple at least. This one as well, once Yoko gets back. Some of it's cut off and destroyed, so there's not as much meat on that one, but that's okay. And once Yoko gets back, I'm probably gonna call it for the night. We're progressing, we're surviving, the rats were in fact the one of the first ones to cause the most damage. They just kind of swarmed around Elo and did a lot of damage. Like, even that one rat attacked Nico like 6 times before it was taken down. So, I'll consider maybe increasing the defenses. Although we were down like half of our defenders. Um, I'm saying half because of all the combat pets that Yoko took with her. So, but as soon as Yoko gets back, we'll set this to no longer be suspended. We'll get these cleaned up. And we'll go from there. Or it will probably end there. Over here we've got trees that are growing. So we need to constantly expand their territory. Just happened over here. Oh, this rat is an immortal. As is that one. I'll mark them for hunting so I don't forget. Then Yoko gets here, almost here. We'll take care of it. There we are. Arrived at home. Just coming up the road. Elo is not happy because they're in pain, they're hungry, they didn't get to eat human meat, and now we want the shrine and the statue again. Unload your inventory real quick. And yeah, we'll let you rest. Elo's probably going to have a mental break here in a bit, but as long as it's not too bad, we'll deal with it. And Nezumi's going to feed Elo. Hopefully that will calm them down a little bit. And then actually Yoko has woken up enough. Let's go out here. I'm gonna go ahead and hunt that one. Just don't hit the structure. Everything fine. Or, you know, just snipe it in the neck. Like you do. Nezu, go ahead and don't worry about that. Yoko can hunt this one. Up this way. I'm just gonna chase it up into the cave, it seems. turned around. There we go. Let's unsuspend this, and Yoko can prioritize butchering. This person has come back to life again. Unfortunately, they have come back too often, and so now they are suffering from death stasis. So if you get killed too often, you have to basically recover a bit before you're able to do anything. So you go ahead and finish them off, please. Go back to butchering. Alright, rat first, I guess. That's fine. Eventually they'll get to this person. Has anyone brought in the other rat? Looks like it. There it is. You just picked it up. Alright. So they are currently still immortal level immortal. This rat is not the right one. Alright, this one is definitely immortal though. So once again, that happens. We get a little bit of medical skill, it seems. And we're still immortal, class immortal. I think we got... I don't know. Did we get something in here? I can't remember if I had 5 of them at double or not. Wait, which one of these is the other immortal one? Where did it go? It's none of those. Oh, it's because it was the one that they had in their hand. And that finally tipped it over to Greater Immortal. So, now, they only have a pain threshold of 10% of normal. So, you basically have to do 10 times the damage before they start, before they feel the pain. So, they're basically going to last in battle until they get felled by damage to their health. So, it's both a good and a bad thing. Oh, and we're having a party. I think I will, at this point, call it there. So, we'll pick this up next time. Might be, like normally I think I will play it as a scheduled thing every Monday for as long as I'm able to. It can vary. But I might do a surprise stream sometime in the middle of the week if I'm feeling up to it. Just because the longer I leave the game going, the more chance there is for some mod to be updated in a weird way and no longer being able to play. So to prevent that, I'm trying to stream it as much as I possibly can. So we'll see. If I do stream this, I will definitely put a post of it on Twitter. Probably not on Twitch. I just have a basic schedule there. Ever since reaching affiliate status, things have changed in how things are displayed and where to find things and whatnot. So I'm learning all over again how to use things in Twitch. So anyway, again, I will be continuing this as much as I possibly can, playing it until I either reach an end goal or until the mods no longer function. So hopefully the first, hopefully not the latter. Um, and yeah, we'll see where that takes us. I don't have any specific end goal in mind. It might just play until I'm defeated or until one of the end goals seems like uh, it's worthwhile to do. So, anyway, hope y'all enjoyed it tonight, and I will talk to y'all next time. Have a good night.